Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold of, thank you, of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your existential Mr. Rogers, your pharaoh of physical media. Whatever names you choose to hang on me, I will accept them. I will add them to this litany of other names. But I'm Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Musings, episode 26. But it's not a show without my esteemed co-hosts, of which one is here. You know her, you love her. And she's doing a great new show on this channel Monday nights at, let's see, it's at 6 p.m. Well, she'll tell you all about it. She's, welcome.
Hello, Robert. How are you tonight?
I'm feeling feisty. I mean, I don't know if I'm as feisty as Sonny Dominguez last week feisty, but I'm pretty feisty.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see a twinkle in your eye, Robert.
Well, there's always a twinkle in my eye. Especially when I'm talking to you.
Thank you. Always great to be here on the weekend of Midnight Musings.
So you've now done 2 episodes of your new show on this channel. What is that show?
The show is called Ladies of the PGS, where we talk about everything science fiction, fantasy, and horror. We embrace masculinity. We do talk about sex and interesting topics. I've done 2 shows so far. I've been having a great time. The response has been incredible. And we have a show coming up this Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on the PGS, Robert.
Yeah, it's a 3 o'clock our time. That's what I was trying to figure out in my head. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure it out. So now that and also upcoming, as people know, because they just watch a Designing Hollywood podcast promo, I interviewed Paco Delgado, the Spanish costume designer who recently wrapped John Wick 4. Wow. He also did the Jungle Cruise and the Hercule Poirot movie, Death on the Nile. And we had a rollicking good conversation. So tune into that. It'll be dropping early Monday morning on the John Campea show, or his channel. So we've been getting Martika, my executive producer and creator of the show, has been killing it with guests. So that will definitely be something you want to check out. Now, you know what else? I mean, this is a pretty big... We had a couple of interesting things happen that were Star Wars related. Obviously, Andor dropped. And perhaps more interesting from a business perspective and I guess a legacy perspective, James Earl Jones has officially retired as the voice of Darth Vader. But interestingly enough, he made a deal where, sorry, my microphone is a little low. He made a deal with Disney where he's actually licensed his voice. to be artificially recreated to be Vader now and forever, which from a business standpoint is quite interesting.
Yeah, it's very wise to do this. I think that it's a sign of the times. Sure, he's been this voiceover actor pretty much when they decided that the person who was doing the physical role, that his voice wasn't quite the voice they were looking for. So he has been this voiceover actor and pretty much set the tone for Darth Vader. His deep, beautiful voice is mesmerizing and has that incredible kind of seductive twist to it. That obviously a man who has so much theater experience, so much movie experience, you could hear the temptation in his voice, and we ate it up. I mean, I can't imagine Darth Vader without that lovely voice. And now perhaps we'll always hear it, Robert. Perhaps it's going to be there for perpetuity.
Well, yeah, I mean, we are entering a very unique age, the age of AI. Obviously, AI art is all the rage online, and it really is asking moral and ethical questions. I mean, I was talking to John Campea about this, and he didn't seem too concerned. I said, if AI art becomes the thing, there's an interesting question. I mean, human beings created artificial intelligence, but if artificial intelligence is creating artwork based on all the other artwork that has been scanned into it, is AI art any less legitimate than art coming from a human being? And I mean, I think that's going to be a moral and ethical question. I mean, obviously we use art to define ourselves, and human beings, in order to make sense of existence, we have pondered these questions through art. Art used to capture a moment in time because we didn't have photography. And Renaissance art was really the only way, or any art from the past was the only way that we could get a glimpse into what life was like on a daily basis during those times. I mean, we could glean a lot from the great frescoes painted by the masters or portraits painted by people of the time. But now with AI art, and you can create such striking, I will say, I don't quite know, there's some striking images if you just go around and play with AI art, what's being created. And there is that philosophical question, is AI art as legitimate as art painted by a human being? And the same is going to be true for music, storytelling, movie making, all of it. When AI can churn these things out, what does that mean for us? And, John pointed something out really interesting. He said, well, automation it replaced human beings. But to me, the drudgery of repetitive action, manufacturing for humans, is not something that I think we were necessarily. Look, if you're hand carving wood chairs, that's one thing. But when you're working on a vehicle assembly line, I don't know if obviously people need jobs, but don't we look for new endeavors? Is that a good use of human endeavor? Is manufacturing on an assembly line? So it's a really interesting, and with James Earl Jones selling his voice, the question is, after he's gone, we'll be able to make Darth Vader videos or movies or forever using his voice, even though he wasn't there to perform it. So, and I have to say, I'm not against that. I'm not against it, man. If you could record a voice library of James Earl Jones doing Vader, so you basically had a lexicon that you could always draw from, is that a bad thing? And on one hand, I'm not so sure about AI art, but having an AI James Earl Jones, I mean, I wish they would do that with all actors. I wish Shatner would record as Captain Kirk. I don't know what you'd use it for, or he'd be Admiral Kirk, because obviously he's older, so he's not going to sound like a young man. But I kind of want all actors to do that. Create a voice library. What do you think?
I think that all actors, especially voiceover actors, should be doing this on a regular basis. I don't know how many critical points they need, how many phrases they need from these actors, but I'm not just thinking about them in movies and television. I'm thinking about them in more practical applications. You come home and they say, "How was your day?" And it could be William Shatner's voice. I mean, that would be one of the coolest things I could possibly imagine. The applications of it could be endless. I don't think it's just going to stop. Maybe perhaps for James Earl Jones's voice, it can only be used in a movie. But I think that for other actors whose voices that we hold so dear to us, it would be wonderful to hear that. I mean, we've seen Siri, we've seen Alexa, but those are artificial voices. And if you ask them a serious question, they have the same tone, the same inflection. It's not quite an emotional response that many of us are looking for. And I'm curious as to whether or not they can reproduce his voice so it has that emotional feel to it, that we can see the intensity of his voice in everything that Darth Vader says. Is a certain level of concentration. It almost pierces you. Not every single recreation can do that. So if they can even make it just even a little close to that, I'd be happy with it. But it would be with the knowledge that we know it's not really his voice, perhaps. It's a copy or some kind of reiteration of it, has elements of it. I'm for it. And I wouldn't mind, having that voice everywhere. Honestly, we have ringtones. That was the first thing that we ever had, was more specialized ringtones on our cell phones. The first thing I put down for my mother for her ringtone was the I think it was Imperial Death March. That was my mother's ringtone, right? So whenever the phone rang and you heard the music, which is Darth Vader, kind of coming in, right?
The Emperor's theme,
People, oh yes, I'm sorry, the Emperor's theme.
Well, it's the Imperial March.
Yes, and you could always you just could imagine maybe someone walking into the room.
Oh wait, hang on. I somehow I've lost you. You you disappeared. I don't know why. Come back to me. I will come back on, and I don't know why you disappeared. Hang on, let me disconnect and reconnect and bring you back. Hopefully you'll be back. There you are. Now you're back. Can I hear you? You froze again.
All right, let me go.
Oh no, now you're back. You're back. I can hear. You're
okay.
good.
Okay. What I was saying is, I remember when we first got those ringtones, and we were so excited to have anything that had a similarity to stuff we loved. So it would be great. Now I'm sure there are ringtones with James Earl Jones's voice on it, but the premise is that it's not going to just stop at a movie. It's not just going to stop at a television show. It may go completely through. Have James Earl Jones in control of your entire life. You wake up in the morning and have that. I think it's wonderful, the thought of that. And it really does feel really good to hear him. So, of course, he's not going to be around forever, but this really is something very special. I think that you can't separate him from the character. You can never separate him from the character. So that's how I look at it. I'm happy it's happened, and I hope that they utilize it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I find the whole thing very interesting because obviously, I was born, it's so weird to say this, but I was born in the late 60s. I'm fucking old. So I come from a certain, I believe in human endeavor. I believe in art. But if you're somebody that was born, say, today, and you grew up in a world where there is AI voice actors, are you going to care? Art, the value of art is a cultural thing. And to me, the funny thing about human beings is that once we look up in the sky and ask ourselves, why are we here? What is life all about? That is the beginning of civilization. It's the beginning of, once you turn to your fellow man and you don't want to just brain them over the head and steal what they have, whether it's food or their significant other or whatever. Once we have civilization, a civilized society allows art, which is obviously, I think art is in a way a luxury. Once you're not having to fight for survival every day, you can create art. But if art is being replaced, I think art is and when I say art, I mean whether it's music, whether it's writing, whether it's performance based, these are things that we're doing that are outside ourselves. Like they come from within us, but we externalize these things so they can be shared with others. If AI is going to take over the creation of art, and you can just punch in like the name of your favorite actor, a sunset, and a city, and suddenly you get an amazing piece of art that has your favorite actor watching a sunset in your favorite city. If you can do that, why would anybody want to paint again? I mean, we're inherently lazy, but the question I want to know is, well, what are we going to do? Just play video games for the rest of our lives? Is that going to be human existence? Do I want to make once you have AI generated, you can just punch in an AI generated, you could take a screenplay that you've written, assuming you needed to write it, you could just punch in subject matter and an AI will just kick out a screenplay. And then you can ask an AI to generate all these scenes photorealistically, if we're going to get to that point. Even the people that write, or you can be a writer yourself and write the worst screenplay ever and then kick out an animated version of your screenplay and amuse yourself to death. Is that something that we want? And are we going to regulate this kind of technology? I mean, now we already saw an artificial Darth Vader voice in Kenobi, and it was great. So who doesn't want to hear, now that we have a digitized artificial intelligence generated voice of James Earl Jones, do we need a human being at all?
Well, we always need to get inspiration from something, and it's usually from something that's real. So these artificial generations are going to be creating from an inspiration they got from something that's either been created by a real person, from what I've been seeing. And sometimes it doesn't always get it right, Robert. Sometimes when they try to artificially generate art, it's not quite what you were hoping for. Oftentimes doesn't make sense from a perspective point of view. And a lot of times it's very distasteful. So, I think
but that in itself is interesting.
Yes, it is. But I think we're a ways from it. And I think that artists will always want to perform. There's always going to be plays performed and movies made and television filmed. I think it's always going to be there. But if people want to, kind of go and exist in a virtual world, which many of us already do, I don't think anything's going to stop that progression either. The closer that it gets to, I guess, a level of acceptable perfection. But there does have to be inspiration from somewhere, and it's usually from the real world.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. But again, it's very interesting because you look at like, I would have thought the idea whether communism or socialism, collectivism, was a good thing, that the answer to that question, the 20th century provided that answer, but yet every generation has to go through that same thing. Oh, I want to live in a collective, which doesn't take into account eventually people are going to pair up and have children, and they're going to want the best things for their children, and collectivism goes out the window. And then when you have leaders take over and use collectivism to do what they did, such as the Khmer Rouge, or we see it now in China. I mean, if you lived in Russia right now, 300,000 men were called up. They were conscripted by the army. No choice. It wasn't even a draft. It was a mobilization. And you now have women protesting in cities, mothers, wives, daughters, girlfriends, marching in the streets because you basically had 300,000 Russians called up to be thrown into a meat grinder in Ukraine to fight a war that should never have been fought, a losing war. And you've got an entire country now, a communist country that's literally tearing itself apart at the seams. I mean, they're going to write poems, and they're going to write stories, and they're going to have songs to sing about what's going on. Would an artificial intelligence do that, though? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know Russia contains one of the most incredible museums in the world, the Hermitage. And, it's probably millions of pieces of artwork that are there. Not all of them are on display, but it's priceless pieces of artwork. And people keep paying millions of dollars for priceless pieces of artwork. I don't think that's going away anytime soon. And therefore, the value of original artwork is always going to be something that people are willing to pay for. As soon as that stops, perhaps then we'll know. But it doesn't look like anytime soon. There's just demand for original pieces of work. People will pay for that. So as long as that occurs, I think that, the demand will still be there and artists will still want to create. I don't think it's going to affect artists wanting to remain creators. The question is, how far will it go? Obviously, I think we've seen different degrees of it, Robert, but I don't think we're close to this yet. I think that it's people are kind of thinking about how it's going to happen, but they still need to see physical actors and physical voiceover individuals really doing a good portion of this work. I think it's going to remain like that for some time, and I think there's going to be a lot of attorneys who are going to make a lot of money off of these contract negotiations going forward, and the studios are going to be very upset that they can't get lower or a much lower price for this. It might be more money to own that voice, Robert. It might be even more money for the studios to have to pay out to the estate of James Earl Jones.
No, absolutely. Kenneth Colton became a member of the channel. Thanks, Kenneth. Appreciate that. Matthew Medina says, Rob, I'm obsessed with Andor and all that great politics, sociology, but today my pragmatic parents binged House of the Dragon, and they're like crackheads for House of the Dragon. How great is House of the Dragon?
So good.
Well, yeah, I think it's amazing as well. So I'm loving it. The time jump is happening, and but before we get to House of the Dragon or anything else, I want to talk some Andor, and of course, I couldn't talk Andor without one of the biggest Star Wars fans I know, and that is the other co-host of this show. And you know him, you love him, and I'm really curious. I mean, I've seen his social media posts, so I kind of know where he's coming from. But I think we're simpatico as we are on most things Star Wars. Please welcome to Midnight Musings, our own Lael Rockwell.
Hi, Lael.
How you doing? It might seem a bit. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You sound great.
Okay, cool. Because I'm not from the computer because I had to move the computer over last night and I forgot I moved it and I didn't hook it back up. So I was like, let me just use the laptop for now.
Oh yeah, no, you look great. So, okay, I mean, we talked about it on the John Campea show, but I'm going to ask you, Lael, to start off this conversation. 3 episodes of Andor, or as I like to call it, a single pilot, 90-minute pilot episode that they had to break up into 3 parts, which I think was kind of a mistake. But Andor dropped. Certainly a different kind of Star Wars than we've seen. Different direction. And you're one of the biggest Star Wars fans I know. What did you think?
Loved it. Loved every bit of it. It wasn't, like I said this on Uncivilized Scoundrels the other day. It wasn't just the Star Wars that I needed. It was the Star Wars that I wanted. You know what I mean? Again, the scope of it was huge. Again, I'm a huge fan of dialogue and dialogue that makes sense and dialogue that's progressive. And I got a lot of progressive dialogue in this show.
The writing was fantastic. I mean,
it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
It was phenomenal. Just full scope. I like that it was mainly character driven. Now, here's the thing, like a lot of complaints that I've seen from a lot of people was just the simple fact that it was slow paced the first episode. I think the pace of it, in my opinion, for all 3 episodes is spot on, is where I needed it to be, where I wanted it to be, because I wanted to really, again, it's not about just pow, shoot 'em up, lightsabers everywhere. No, it's about character building, about us discovering who these characters are, what role they're going to play going forward, with the actual series itself. It was good that, this was because we've complained about Book of Boba Fett and also Obi-Wan with the flashbacks, right? We've complained about that, but I think the flashbacks in this was nicely used because, again, it wasn't something that was overly exaggerated. It was placed in spaces where it needed to be for us to discover who Cassian really was. Number one, where he got his name from, just the history of his culture, his people, why, pretty much he has this demeanor and his hatred for the Empire. We're discovering these things, as we move on. But I think that again, like I am a fan, a true fan of this show so far, because again, we're widening. It's a vast universe that's not shrunken down to just a small universe, like a pocket universe that's essentially focusing on the Skywalkers. We're seeing everything outside of that. I'm glad we're seeing everything outside of that because the world is bigger, the galaxy's bigger, and we needed this scope. We needed this range. You know what I mean? And we're only going to discover more as we go. I can't wait to see Mon Mothma's story because that's what I'm highly anticipating.
That's
Um,
that happens next week.
yeah, and I cannot wait
We're
for
going
it.
we're going to Coruscant.
Exactly, and I'm extremely excited about that. But I'm again, so far, I'm a fan of the show. I'm a fan of the score.
I
I
love the
love it.
score.
I love basically where it's going. Um, Gilroy to me can't do no wrong. He can't do anything that's wrong for me. I know a lot of people were like, "Well, Gilroy's not a fan of of the Star Wars universe." He said it. Okay, you don't have to be. You write me a good story, I'm good with it. We've seen individuals who were fans that didn't give us anything. You know what I mean? So again, I like that. I like the simple fact that we're getting a totally different perspective, and they need someone like Gilroy to come in and say, "Look, this is where my vision for it, where it needs to go, and it's working well." And I'm happy. And again, it matches everything that I've actually seen. It's cohesively matching the same tone that I got from Rogue One, and I'm happy about it, bro. I love it.
I agree with that. I mean, I first of all, we saw people going to work.
Yeah,
When have we
yeah,
seen when have we seen private industry? I mean, Kevin Smith joked about the
yeah,
contractors who built the Death Star, but we've never really seen private industry in Star Wars. I mean,
yeah,
we've seen people working in bars or space docks or things like that, but workaday folk. Basically, these are the blue
yeah,
collar. We saw the blue collar universe of Star Wars, and
yeah,
I thought it was really interesting. And what's so strange is that every story has to acclimate you to the kind of tale it is, to the kind of storytelling that we were seeing. And I really enjoyed the kind of story, the way they opened this up. I mean, I think of these first 3 episodes as a pilot film. It was just like Encounter at Farpoint from Next Generation. It was a 90-minute. I really don't think that Disney has figured out how to effectively tell stories because they're not in the television format. Because they never use
yeah,
the television format. They're doing either shows where you get 35 minutes. They've clearly made these and produced them as one movie. They've shot them as
hmm
one movie. They're not being written as an episodic TV show. This
hmm
was clearly one story, one script.
hmm
They shoot it, and then they decided to haphazardly break it into 3, which, I mean, I
yeah,
understand their thought is some weird, well, we have more episodes on streaming. I'm like, why not make 4 90-minute movies?
yeah,
What's wrong with that? I mean, when people watch Andor, is it your analytics? You're going to keep people
yeah,
coming back from 9 weeks or 12 weeks in this case. I mean, is that what you
yeah,
need? I think that it was clear this would have worked. I really, really loved Andor, but it would have been far more satisfying if it was a 90-minute movie.
hmm
What about you? What did you think?
Well, they've been giving us these trailers that have been looking amazing. I mean, I've never seen such good looking trailers. And I was speaking to Lael about this, in detail a few days ago that, they were really spectacular looking. And one of the things I had said to both of you was, I wondered how much they spent on the show because it looked very expensive just from the trailers alone.
Yeah.
I could see how much care they had and used to create this world, this environment. And so I wondered to myself, what is the show going to be like? Because just from the trailers alone, I thought to myself that the Andor series might be the best series that Disney has created for Star Wars, because Mando is not the greatest series we've ever had or seen. It's an okay series. It's all right.
It's fun, but it's very lightweight.
It's very lightweight. It doesn't have as much depth to it, and it relies on a lot of characters that we've seen in the past. So, there is that situation where they have to deal with those factors. And so, seeing the first, episode, the first 3 episodes, initially when I looked at it, I said, this really does look and feel like Star Wars. But how are they going to get Andor to kind of come over to their side. And that was something that I was really concerned with, because I didn't want it to be a cliche kind of, persuasion. I didn't want them to easily get him. I didn't want him for him to say, yeah, okay, I'll go with you guys. He ends up going with them, and it's because it's a matter of convenience, not because he wants to. And I'm still convinced, as I was telling Lael the other day, is that he gets on that ship and he probably is thinking, I'm going to steal this ship from this guy, and he's not even going to know what happened to him. That's the kind of Andor that I kind of look at Andor as the most interesting man in the galaxy, the most interesting man in the world. Well, Andor is this guy who knows he can get out of things. He can do things that other people can't do. He has a lot of arrogance. And honestly, he because he has this arrogance, he doesn't care about this other stuff. Now, he has this thing with his sister, and maybe that's what they use to persuade him. So his intention is not necessarily, I have to be on the good side of things. He doesn't care about any of that stuff. He wants to find his sister. And I think that that's a valid reason, or a valid way to persuade him. But it's going to be a reluctant persuasion. After all, that scene when they were inside of that engine room hangar and all those engines are falling down and he could die at any moment, he was in his glory in that moment. That's when you can see what Andor is about. He loves the fact that he almost died every 3 seconds as an engine was falling down and he had to go get that thing. And that gentleman there, I also wanted to say, having Skarsgård kind of be this figure, this man, this older man who's guiding Andor. And it's true, Andor is not super young, but the point is he's a younger man. And I love that they showed an older man kind of being a figure of, maybe not a father figure, but an important figure in his life, telling him, hey, look, you're holding a gun to my head, but what else are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do? He knew how to speak to Andor. He knew how to speak to him. And Andor needs someone to guide him, because he's gotten in trouble, right? The whole beginning of the show, he gets in this trouble. And here, Skarsgård is kind of telling him, you could do more than this. You could do more than just steal, this N9 communicator. You could do much more. You could probably, take over the entire galaxy, But I think that it's very prudent to show the role that men like this play in younger men's lives. And we haven't really been seeing a lot of that recently. What we're seeing is stuff that men do for other men every day, being a role model to a younger person, showing them the way. It's not his son. He's not related to this man, but he is making a huge impact on Andor's life. And I think that is maybe one of the biggest and most important steps in the direction of building a relationship between someone, a friendship, something that he trusts now. Andor knows this guy's not trying to get something over him. He knows that. But he also doesn't want to feel like he's being taken advantage of. So he's not sort of like shaking hands and saying, I'm going to go along with this. But I did want to mention that I didn't see any errors in this. I didn't see any raincoat moments. I didn't see anything like that. All I saw was just this true representation of a realistic environment of people who are trying to live their lives. And they use this alarm system because it's undetectable. No one knows about this alarm system. Only they know. You just hit this and it makes a noise, and it seems very like not that important and effective. But boy, when everybody is involved in it, it's incredibly effective, and they know there's danger. It's about looking out for one another. I mean, this really was a very different interpretation of the people who are affected by the Empire, or who are affected by this entire event that, has profoundly pushed them to a situation where they know they have to watch each other's backs. They have to be there for one another. I don't know whether it was dark and gritty, but maybe it will get there. And I have to say, I loved it because of all of these things in it. And I haven't really seen anything like this in a while. I think that it's really going to surprise us even more in the upcoming episodes.
Well, it's funny. I think that one of the problems with the Star Wars universe is that a lot of the media that we get from Star Wars is not up to the level of fans' own imaginations about what the Star Wars universe is actually like. Like, for instance, I think the book of Boba Fett made Boba Fett kind of a goof. Like when he's teaching the Sand people and he's sitting on the swoop bike or the speeder bike and he's, going like this. Nothing in Boba Fett was mature or adult. And what I mean is that it didn't feel like anything that was happening was actually really happening. I didn't believe any of the book of Boba Fett. None of it. As soon as Fett came out of the Sarlacc pit and climbed up out of the sand, none of it really made any sense. Like, you never really understood Boba Fett's motivation for doing anything that he was doing. We all had to infer it, but I didn't believe any of it. And with The Mandalorian, I like The Mandalorian. I do. I like it a lot. But The Mandalorian is just an Old West show. It's just, and while it has all of this mythology that was created in the Clone Wars and all that, the Bo-Katan and the Mandalorians and all that's all fine.
You know what? I feel? I felt like, in a good way. In a good way, though. When I watch Mandalorian, it always takes me back as if I'm sitting in front of my TV on Saturday mornings, or Saturday evening or Saturday afternoon, watching David Carradine on Kung Fu.
Yeah,
it feels so much like that. But that's the thing, is because I love Kung Fu. I love that show.
But
you know
that's
what I mean?
that's
what I kind of related to.
You're exactly right. But that's a show you watched and loved when you were a kid.
Yeah.
And what I think a lot of people, the thing about Andor is, there's a couple of tips that came in. Richard says, does any of the panel notice that Andor is written exactly like a Jean Le Carré British war drama? From hapless protagonists to overly enthusiastic yet desperate bureaucrats. Same tropes from a long gone genre. I mean, what I find really interesting is that, and this is not a criticism necessarily, but our population, especially fans, we are not as well educated as we should be. In terms of a long time ago, like even when Star Wars was being made, our basic general public education in this country taught us things like civics, which a lot of people don't know anything about that. And so when you're watching more slice of life in your science fiction, I think a lot of people are wondering, well, where's the fun in it? Where's the political machinations? I mean, we're watching the Truffaut version. Francois Truffaut's like the 400 Blows version of Star Wars. We're not watching the Saturday afternoon matinee version of Star Wars. And what's funny is I'm there for it. I'm there for a time where we have it's a more literary version of the Star Wars universe. It's dealing with subject matter we don't normally see. It's not swashbuckling Jedi versus the Dark Lords of the Sith. You've got a guy trying to eke out a meager living in basically wartime Europe. You might as well be watching a movie like Open City or something, a neo-realist Italian. This is like the neo-realist. This is like the 1960s French New Wave or Italian neo-realist movies of the 60s. This is like that, but in the Star Wars universe. And I think people are not used to it. And they have to get acclimated to it. And I think once they do, and I can tell you this, episodes 4, 5, and 6 are very much more like the Star Wars we're used to.
Yes, and it definitely is new wave because there is sort of this sex adult scene where we see people in bed for the first time, and we have talked about this, and people have all noticed this, where she's kind of brokering a deal, saying, "Well, are you available tomorrow?"
Right.
And his answer is always going to be yes, because what he was doing the next day, he's going to cancel that shit.
Well, we saw Star Wars brothel.
We did.
The thing about that brothel, though, I'm not going to lie. When I watched it, I started laughing because I was expecting out of nowhere to see you walk around the corner and say, "I want to see some," but I was like, you know what?
Well, I mean, what's really interesting, I've always criticized, I think it's mostly, George Lucas is not exactly, a sexual dynamo. You watch American Graffiti and you identify with Charles Martin Smith's character, Frog. Women are kind of in his world something to aspire to that you never quite understand. Everyone's a nerd in the Star Wars universe. Han Solo's the closest. You think, I think you like me because I'm a scoundrel. There's no 50 Shades of Grey happening in the Star Wars universe until now.
Yeah.
Until Andor.
A woman having sex, or at least having a sex life in this story, because people are going to engage in sexual activity. It's the spice of life, and it happens, and it's nice to see that represented. And that was one of the things that added realism to it.
Well, especially during wartime.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, not that we need. I mean, it would be really the fact that they showed a brothel, and that the fact that not only was it a brothel, but it serviced the security clientele, the corporate clientele. It's like the company itself. It was a company-run brothel.
Yeah.
You know what? And the fact that what they've done is they've made the Star Wars universe. They've really deepened the layers of where we're going, and I think Richard's absolutely right. This is much more like a World War II spy thriller, you know, like a Smiley's People or Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, and it's really interesting. Darth Plato says the corporation in Andor is in principle the same as showing Cloud City. The young officer told to stand down is the Lobot to his administrator, his Lando. Like Lando, the boss wants to avoid notice by the Empire. Like Cloud City, Andor has cop soldiers. I think that's true. I mean, that's another thing. It just makes it just keeps adding to the universe itself and giving us more than we've seen from the Star Wars universe before.
And it makes sense that there would be, you know, I guess they're like contractors, you know, or different companies who are enforcers rather than always seeing, you know, the Empire necessarily doing it directly. You know, this is more realistic, especially only 5 years after the Battle of Yavin.
Yeah, BBY 5.
Yeah.
But I think Darth Plato's is right though. I mean, I love seeing the fact that we have seen Bespin, and I guess that is a place where people were working. You know, it was a gas mine. There's a lot of mining that goes on in the Star Wars universe for raw materials, apparently. But no, I think all of that is correct. I mean, I have to say I really loved this officious guy. This, you know, I guess call him our villain, who just wants to do a good job. When he first meets his supervisor's like, "Did you tailor your uniform?" Well, you know, I did add some piping and I took it in. Like he really wants to be doing that job, and he really wants to do a great job. And he's the only one that seems to care. 2 men were murdered on their watch out in the street, and you know, from his perspective, he's an Empire loyalist. You know, he's a career, and I really, at first you hate that guy, he's a douche, but then I learned to grudgingly respect him, and I realized he doesn't even realize that he's bitten off way more than he can chew, and he lost half of his battalion, or even all of them. I mean, they got straight up murdered. I mean, he so we're also in watching a spy being forged in Andor. We're watching a formidable Imperial. We are watching the birth of a formidable Imperial officer, I think, who's going to prove to be a very dangerous man. And I love the fact that we're watching both our hero and our villain forged right before our eyes.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, he's where I think there's skepticism in his decision making, even amongst himself right now, even within himself. I think that the more we see this particular character, the progression of it is going to be, it's a developmental stage where he's unsure about himself, but the more, you know, we see his character, you know, kind of enthralled in some of the ongoing search for, you know, Andor and the pursuit of Andor, and trying to find out his intentions, his purpose, and stuff like that. His and again, he wants to be that one officer, that one that does some good, that gets the notoriety that he wants, that can move up in rank and not be just looked at as just a pawn. And we're going to see that. You know what I mean? We can see like you know, pretty much the development of a soon-to-be Moff in the future. You know what I mean? So you never know.
I think that's exactly what we're seeing in the show.
Yeah.
You know, and he's going to go back to his superiors, and he's like, I don't know what was going on, but I've stumbled across something that's much bigger than 2 guys getting murdered on a causeway. Yeah. You know, and I think that's going to be really fascinating to watch. Superhero Displays says, I'm the person Lael is referring to. Being confused why they hired Tony Gilroy to be the showrunner. I don't understand why, after so many misfires hiring people who don't get Star Wars, they did it again with Gilroy. Gilroy's on record saying as much. Let me answer that.
Well, and you know what? Even before you even answer that, though, it's not even just Superhero Displays, because that I've heard this pretty much everywhere. I've been hearing this everywhere for like the past 3 days, where people are like, "Well, why Tony Gilroy?" You know, somebody even actually pulled up pretty much an interview or a magazine article where he said certain things. But if you go on and read the article, he explains why he actually said that. Because again, reading the article and going forward, he also says that before, again, he may not have known everything there is to know about the genre. And of course, even Harrison Ford himself thought the genre was silly, but he has made one of the most iconic characters. So I think basically with Gilroy, again, it wasn't, and again, I don't want superhero displays to feel as though I'm calling him out. It was everybody that I basically seen across the social media that was questioning this. So, you know,
Well, I
that's
mean,
the only thing.
here's the thing. I would go back and throw up Nicholas Meyer, the writer-director of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. He didn't know anything about Star
Yeah.
Wars, or Star Trek, pardon me.
Yeah.
He knew that, that Roddenberry took Horatio Hornblower, you know, as the inspiration for Star Trek. But what he did, what Nicholas Meyer did, was immerse himself in Star Trek. Great storytelling is great storytelling no matter what genre you're working in. And the hero's journey is one of the most basic storytelling tropes or architecture of all time. Tony Gilroy is an Academy Award-winning screenwriter. He's a great storyteller. And so what he did was, he's like, and I honestly believe this, I think that the enemy of great franchise storytelling is the people that are too steeped in the franchise, because they forget to tell a great story. All they're thinking about is the franchise. And the thing is,
and they cater to that.
Yes, and the problem with that is then we get a lot of really substandard stuff, because what we need is people that are great storytellers that can work in any genre, because the Star Wars universe is it relies on tropes. You know, the reason that the Book of Boba Fett, I felt, was so unsuccessful as a story was it didn't rely on a crime thriller. If Boba Fett really wanted to take over and be a crime boss, why wasn't it look to crime movies to tell the story? It was all a bunch of half-baked ideas that, okay, we started out and made it Dances with Wolves. You know, the Boba Fett is Kevin Costner coming into these, learning the native ways of the Sand People. But how come Boba Fett didn't then make the Sand People his private army when he takes over Mos Espa? Like, why isn't it that he civilized the Sand People and he would then use their knowledge of the land, living off the land, to be awesome enforcers? Like, why didn't he roll into town with a giant army I was waiting for that to happen. Like, they set it up that Boba Fett, now he united the tribes on Tatooine behind him. He rolls in, which is what Dune is. You know, Paul Atreides unites the Fremen against the forces of politics in the universe, in the Dune universe. I mean, that's what should happen. But the Book of Boba Fett seemed like no one knew what story they were telling. I'm watching the show going, what the fuck is this even about? I don't believe any of this. Like, Boba Fett is a buffoon, and he should be a badass because he's worked for people his whole life because it's easier. But here he's thrust into a situation where he has to take the lead position. And he should have been the most Machiavellian badass in the world because he's worked with people that and they're always the architects of their own doom. But Boba Fett goes on because he's a mercenary. But now, and yet the writing was so terrible that you didn't get any of that. And I don't think the people that were writing the Book of Boba Fett even really understood. And people have said it was a lot Jon Favreau, or it was more like Robert Rodriguez. And I'm like, I don't care who it was. They didn't understand the story they were telling. And we got a really bad television show where the only good episodes were the ones about the Mandalorian. And I think the reason Tony Gilroy got the job is because he's the perfect guy to tell a spy story in the Star Wars universe. And remember, he was brought on in Rogue One and was instrumental to making that movie as good as it was. Here's the thing. You don't have to know Star Wars in order to tell a great Star Wars story. What you have to know is great storytelling. As a matter of fact, I would say this. Anybody who's working on a franchise, here's Rob Burnett's successful franchise writing primer. Here's rule number 1. Never write about the franchise that you're working on. Strip all of it out. Don't talk about Darth Vader. Don't talk about Han Solo. Don't talk about Ben Kenobi. Take all that out. Write me a great spy story. Come up with a great spy story. Tell me a great wartime story. Tell me a reluctant hero story. And you write a great reluctant hero story, we'll put the Star Wars in it. But you got to tell me a good story first. And the problem is Star Wars has been at war with the people that have been creating it, because Disney wants Star Wars that appeals to everybody. A 4-quadrant show that appeals to young people, old people, everybody can go see it, which has been the problem. If you're trying to appeal to everyone, you appeal to no one. Nothing they've made, aside from Rogue One, has been totally satisfying.
Yeah.
I think Andor is, because you have a guy who doesn't care about Star Wars, who's telling us a great story first that happens to be set in the Star Wars universe.
Well, the book of Boba Fett, relied on what I call a Mandalorian bailout, right? All of a sudden, halfway through the series, the Mandalorian shows up, Grogu shows up, then all of a sudden, it's one of the best episodes you've seen, and Boba Fett's not in it, So there was that, but there was also this odd insertion of subpar tech. And I questioned this. We had these weird Vespas. We had people who were supposed to be cyborgs, but it looked terrible. And, from what we're seeing from Andor, we're not going to see any insertions like this. It's just going to be that show. But we're also seeing technology the way that we expect to see it in Star Wars.
Yeah.
I mean, it immediately, right from the beginning, we're seeing things that we recognize. The technology looks right. It sounds right.
Literally, the sound effects sound right.
The sound effects sound right. We also have, spacecraft that look right. They sound correct. There's, it's not oddly placed or doesn't make sense in the context. It makes total sense of what we're seeing. And all those things make such a huge difference. Even the junkyard. They went so far as to make the junkyard accurate. I mean, to look at something like that, to have that kind of detail where it's not even needed, but they wanted you to believe it. They want you to feel that it is the place that it's supposed to be. There was no question in my mind that this was a Star Wars universe.
You know what one of my favorite things in Andor was that I loved? There was an overhead shot looking straight down with Stellan Skarsgård and Cassian Andor on his speeder bike, his swoop bike. And it's like they were flying over rice paddies or farmland. And you saw the squared off, and you saw the rice paddy, the water come up behind the... We'd never seen that before. It was just a little tiny world building detail that there was farming going on. Of course there would be. They didn't even have to do that. They could have been, if it was fucking the Mandalorian, they would have been going over sand. But somebody took the time, an overhead shot, and you got to see the water and all that. And I'm like, that's why I love this show, because the people that are making it are trying to make you believe that it's real.
Hey,
and
Rob, I actually have a clip I got a fan clip of that show. I want to show you because it's interesting, because we find out that it wasn't Skarsgård on that bike. I cannot confirm nor deny. Can you send me that? I want to put that on Instagram. Send me that feed. That's amazing. Please send that to me. That is fantastic. But I mean, I think that's what's so funny is that here we have a Star Wars story that is just, it feels different than any Star Wars we're getting. And a lot of people are like, they don't quite know what to make of it. All I can tell you is that the next 3 episodes, people are going to be like, oh, okay. Yeah, I can't wait.
I
can't wait.
It's meant for adults. This is meant for an adult audience. I think that it's going to get even more mature, and perhaps we're going to see even more complicated situations going forward. Definitely with Mon Mothma, as you both mentioned. She's a complicated character. We've never seen her like this, and she's incredibly clever. She is, like a spy, I guess, more or less. Now she's no longer just a senator anymore, right? So she's going to be playing a lot of cards, a lot of games with her poker face. This is going to be very interesting. I don't think that Andor is going to know, let's say they come into counter with each other, or I don't think they know of one another. In other words, even while they might be on the same side, I hope they don't know one another and have to kind of coexist and manage to make things work without necessarily working with one another. I think that would be interesting if they kept that secret from each other, and not let Andor know about every single person who he might be in cahoots with. Rather than them, oh, we have an operative, he's there. No, let them work independently, see how this plays out, and perchance they find out about one another, way down the line.
Yeah, we got a lot of really interesting comments. Let me read some super chats. Superhero Displays says, "Hey Rob, isn't it strange to have an in-depth, intimate, or love scene between two people where neither of them is a main character? I don't think I've seen that outside of slasher movies." Well, I think again that goes toward world building. This is what people do. And to second that, I'd be curious to hear what both of these comments. Superhero Displays says, "I didn't take to these first episodes as I didn't see the George Lucas in it. At least not so far. I love Blade Runner. Star Wars is a family aspiring fantasy in space, not noir science fiction. It's beautiful, well written, but I don't see Star Wars George." I think that's a very valid criticism, but the problem that I have with that is Star Wars George was writing one singular story about really one guy and his family. And this, I would say that's the star. George was dealing with the star in it all. He didn't do so much with the wars. And what we're seeing now is a very fleshed out version of what is life like in wartime.
Yeah. Yeah. I would agree. I definitely agree with that. I think the thing is, again, there's nothing against what we've seen, because what George wrote and the stories that he gave us, whether it was the OT version or even with the prequels, what he wrote was for its time, and it was basically following that particular narrative. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure that regardless of what some may think, George himself wanted Star Wars to be progressive. He did. He wanted it to be progressive. It's just that he didn't have it was just the art of storytelling. And I don't think that he could have actually progressed the story forward. He knew what he wanted to see at that particular time. And of course, it was for kids. I mean, it's something that he wrote, for family, for people to basically relate. But the thing is, when I say relate now, Gilroy is giving us something totally different where the whole world can relate, not just kids, but us as adults, as working class citizens. I mean, I felt like I could actually be in that world.
Yeah.
Because you see a level of oppression. You see a level where people are working like a 9 to 5, trying to basically survive, where, right now they don't really trust the system, that's kind of working against them. At that particular point, we're seeing real world matters in an actual story, that's being fleshed out. And I think that this story told right now is for its time. So it's nothing against what George Lucas gave us. Yes, he gave us a beautiful spectacle. But I think for right now, it's just dealing with the things that were behind the scene, things that we didn't know about, things that we needed to really understand why this fight between the Empire and the Rebellion was so important. You know what I mean? Now we're starting to see those things fleshed out. So again, we love George. I am a George Lucas fan. I worship him as if he was someone who is responsible for the direction that my life took, because I love Star Wars so much. But knowing that, I know that he has handed this off to and he's placed this in the hands of individuals who he felt that could progress the story, wanted to progress the story, and he knew himself it wasn't a story that he can continue to tell, but he could have certain influences on by giving the backstory, the history of why these characters were created, why we see this character, why there was a battle between good and evil, why there was the light side, dark side, why religion was so really important in the Star Wars trilogy. So there's certain things that he created, that blueprint, things that we need to go back and recognize. But at the same time, we also wanted to see the story progress. And I see we're seeing that now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that, but Superhero Displays, I think, echoes a lot of people in that.
He does.
We again, I think that one of the things that, and it's, look, we now live in a world where these stories that meant a lot to us are corporately owned. It used to be, and it used to be that a filmmaker would go and beg a studio to make their movies. Nobody wanted to make Star Wars.
Yeah.
Alan Ladd Jr., even after the success of American Graffiti, which everyone thought was going to be a bomb, American Graffiti becomes a huge hit for Universal. Do they want to make George Lucas's next movie? No. So George Lucas goes to 20th Century Fox, and Alan Ladd Jr. is like, well, I guess if you want to believe in him, because he really liked American Graffiti. And Star Wars was a function. And by the way, you know, George Lucas, not to take credit away from him, but he was working with a lot of very smart people. His wife, Marsha Lucas, all of his filmmaker friends were working on things that were decidedly not for children in the 70s. His friends were the greatest filmmakers. It was Scorsese, it was Brian De Palma, it was Spielberg, it was John Milius. It was all the guys that were making these movies in the 70s. The last thing any of them wanted to do was make a childhood fantasy. And you know, it was a lot of people that gave input into Star Wars, not just George Lucas. It all came from him, yes. But the reason it was as good as it was because all the people that he consulted with that chimed in and weighed in, and his collaborators. And that's what happens with movies. It's a collaborative process, so that's what's supposed to happen. So I'm not trying to detract from what he was making, but I think there's a great argument to be made that by the time you get to Return of the Jedi was when George Lucas, if you read the Rinsler books on the making of, Lucas did not have much involvement in the making of Empire Strikes Back. He wasn't even there a lot of the time. And Irvin Kershner made the movie he wanted to make. And Lucas didn't like that movie. And in my mind, there is Star Wars and there is Empire Strikes Back. Those are the two purest Star Wars films. One of them was made by somebody that wasn't even George Lucas. But yet that person understood where Lucas was coming from because he was Lucas's teacher in film school. That's Irvin Kershner. And when you get to Return of the Jedi was, in my mind, to this day, it's the biggest cinematic disappointment I've ever had in my life. And I know it's hard to explain to people why. But Star Wars and Empire meant so much to me. And when I knew in the first 5 minutes of Jedi, even the Imperial officers that were flying the shuttle, they didn't sound right. You know, the voices were wrong. Even Darth Vader didn't sound right. And you're watching this movie, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I hated Jabba's. I mean, I love the swashbuckling rescue of Han Solo, but even the design work of Cy Snoodles and Max Rebo, the Gamorrean guards look like cartoon characters. When you first see a Gamorrean guard, he goes, "Arr!" There's no articulation in the mouth. It looks terrible. And I was like, what the hell am I watching? What the fuck is this? And if you look at that movie, it's a very, and especially if you watch all three movies together. Now, you gotta disassociate yourself for your love of Star Wars or your love of Jedi. But if you watch Star Wars, Empire, and Jedi in succession, when you get to Jedi, it is a monumental letdown, and you can feel it if you're honest with yourself on every level. The dialogue. I mean, when you see R2 and 3PO face down in the sand, and they have to be picked up by a magnet, it's like Return of the Jedi is the movie that George Lucas thought Star Wars was. It was made for kids.
Yeah.
That's and since then, to me, Star Wars, ever since the end of Empire, when I first saw it in 1980, for the last 42 years, Star Wars has been all over the place. And Andor was the first time. I kind of felt this way with Rogue One, but Rogue One doesn't meet up. It doesn't meet up with Star Wars correctly. It's like, wait a minute, why are they going to Tatooine? You know, why they came from a rebel base. Like they have the plans that they can actually transmit. They leave in hyperspace. Can't they stop, transmit the plans, and go to hyper? I did not buy the end of Rogue. I loved Rogue One. It could have been better, but I loved it. But it didn't feel. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy the end of Rogue One. I'm like, you're going to Tatooine to find Ben Kenobi. All you had to do was transmit the data that you had. It did not link up with Star Wars to me. I didn't buy it, but I liked the tone of it. But Andor is the first time I'm like, okay, they're advancing the Star Wars I thought we were going to get after Empire Strikes Back. If that makes any sense. I know people are like, it's sacrilege, Rob. You're an old man shouting at the clouds. Yes, send me those Simpsons memes, people. But I really honestly believe that. I felt let down by Star Wars since 1983. Andor didn't make me feel let down.
Mhm.
Well, Robert, you've read. I know in Star Trek, you've read practically every book that's ever been written in Star Trek. But Star Wars also has a huge amount of books also written by not by George Lucas, but I guess maybe like Alan Dean Foster and a
Timothy
bunch of other
Zahn. I
authors.
mean, so many authors. James
And
Scotchett
so
Dopel or whatever, the guy who wrote the Rogue One or the Rogue
exactly.
Squadron books.
And I kind of feel like we're ready to have a different feel right now for
Yeah.
Star Wars, and have been kind of eased into it with the books. The
Well, the
last book
books,
I
the best of the books take place in the same universe that Andor does.
yes, yes, and the last book that I listened to was, I actually listened to this book way too many times, the Ahsoka book, because I just love that book. I love the story that it tells. But I kind of thought about it, and I said to myself, okay, yeah, this is based off of George Lucas's, but Ahsoka is a new character, so that wasn't one of the original characters, but it still feels like Star Wars to me. So
Yep.
I don't know. I understand what he's saying, but I'm ready for new stuff. Been easing us in with all the material, all these books, and other things that we have. So I think, in general, people, I'm ready for it. So, and I think the books have kind of done that transition for me. So,
I agree. Now,
I feel,
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just feel like if we don't, if Star Wars isn't approached in a way that it is progressive, then people are going to wonder why, and people are going to complain about it. You know what I mean? They're going to be like, well, why aren't we getting other stories? Why is it, because it eventually it dulls itself down. I mean, of course, people seeing Luke Skywalker on screen, of course it's going to draw, there's a magnetism there. People are going to love it. Seeing Vader on screen, people are going to love that. Seeing characters that we're familiar with, yes, there will be a love for it. But if you see it way too many times, and it's done that way, and if it's constantly thrusted in front of your face, and it does become more fan servicey than anything else, then you're going to get kind of bored with it. You're like, well, I mean, I've seen that. Give me something totally different. No matter how, advanced that they actually get with, the deep fake technology, and how it's not going to matter at some point. People will say, well, we've been there before. We've been in this space before. When are we going to see something different? People have been asking for Thrawn. People have been asking, for even a backstory on the, Legends of the Wells. You know what I mean? Just learning about that. There's so many things that we want to learn about, what we want to see, but when it's given to us, then it's not done right. You know what I mean? Or nah, it's not something that I want to see. It's not what I'm used to. And it's not a knock. It's just saying that again, we're getting stories, and now the one thing I will say, that him handing it off to Disney, the most important thing is we have to start seeing consistency. We can't have one good show and then see 3 more that are terrible until we wait another show. There has to be more levels of consistency, and they kind of have to refine things and get their ducks in a row and in order, because right now it's just like it's inconsistent. Yes,
I couldn't agree with you more, man.
But what's going to happen after that? What if we get Ahsoka and we don't see the we don't get the flavor that we can imagine we want? You know what I mean? What if we get like the Acolytes and it doesn't live up to our expectations? What if we get Skeleton Crew and something's wrong with it, like it's a bit off, or they just dull down someone that we have as great an actor as Jude Law is? What if it's just not? I mean, the thing is, choppy dialogue and special effects, you can't. Special effects are good, but if you don't have the dialogue that goes with it, then it's not cohesive to me. It's a letdown, and it has to be more consistency. That's what I'm saying.
Well, this is interesting. Superhero Display says, I don't see George so far. I've seen heroes murdering, brothels, swearing. Han shot Greedo in self-defense in the first edition of Star Wars. Or Lucas's new edit. Jabba's palace is not visceral. Swearing, self-evidently, it's not family-oriented. Well, here's the thing. I would say, yeah, but that's by design. I mean, the one thing about the Star Wars universe is the wars of it all we never saw. war is a terrible thing. And at the end of the day, we're seeing a Star Wars universe where we've known that there's, I mean, we saw, look at Owen and Beru Lars. Look at the desperate existence they lead. They're literally farming moisture out of the air in a desert environment. I can't imagine a more thankless job than that. And they're using technology. Now, do they get into the fact that they're one step away from the Grapes of Wrath and, you know, Henry, Mr. Crosby getting on, what is it? Henry, you know, why am I drawing a blank on his name? Not Bing Crosby, but Henry Fonda in Grapes of Wrath. You know, Tom Joad or whatever? Is that his name? The desperation of the American farmer during the Dust Bowl. I mean, that's basically what Owen and Beru Lars were. And the fact is we're seeing a much realer universe. And I mean, the fact that what I've always wanted to see is the Star Wars universe as a kid was great. But Lael, when I saw Princess Leia in that Imperial cell and she wakes up and crooks her head up, come on, man, I want to get busy with the princess right there. She looks sexy as fuck, and she's in a holding cell. You know, and aren't you a little short for? And even when aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Come hither, boy. I mean, it's you look at her with those beautiful breasts that Carrie Fisher had in her 5-foot frame or whatever. I was like, yeah, man. And yet, even though they put her in, I mean, she turns into every boy's sex fantasy as a slave to Jabba the Hutt in her metal bikini. I mean, it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. And I think that now that Star Wars has grown up with Andor. And I think, you know, we now live in a society in terms of sex that, I mean, kids, if you're a girl, you go onto OnlyFans. And if you're a boy, you go onto the internet and bitch about how you can't get a girlfriend. I mean, we live in a weird time. And I'm all for more sex and death and more realism in Star Wars.
And here's the thing, bro. When you make an interesting point because, you know, people, if people are complaining about the sex action or the sex value of it, I mean, also understand that if he wrote this strictly for kids, I mean, we've seen a lot of decapitation in Star Wars.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of hands that were severed. Hell, in Star Wars, we've seen a hand that was severed, an arm that was severed, and it was blood, you know, in A New Hope. You know what I mean? So a lot of those things were kind of frightening, and that could cause PTSD for a child to see stuff like that on screen. You know what I mean? Especially if you're connected to a certain character. You know, so my thing is, if you have violence, then there has to be an even balance because there wasn't just, you know, immaculate conception when it came to Luke Skywalker. There was some sex. You know what I mean?
There was sex in Empire. When Princess Leia wakes up the next morning in that dress, her and Han have gotten busy.
Yeah,
like, you know, there was some fucking happening. Han Solo and Princess Leia. I mean, let me show you how to do the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs right here, baby. It's gonna happen right now for you.
And that's the thing is, it's like, and I even think, you know, even Kirshner, like he touched on it, like there were certain scenes in Empire that they kind of had to tone down because they know that there was some sexual tension between both, Han Solo and Princess Leia. And which we've learned that there was really sexual tension between Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher. But, you know, that was in her memoirs, that there was a lot that was actually going on at that point. But, yeah, like, I mean, it's still, but we can't deny that was within the universe. And I think it's, you know, if we're looking through the eyes of, like, here's the thing. I look at this way. Remember, like, the movie They Live, bro? And that was one of my favorite shows. I look at this way. She has a pair of glasses that when she puts on, she sees the whole world naked. And I'm pretty sure that's how she sees Star Wars. She puts her glasses on and she sees everybody naked. And that's just the way she wants to see.
I wish I had those, Lael.
Nothing wrong with that. But in all honesty, I mean, I think one of the things about fandom is there's always been two different fandoms. There's a fandom of people that are uncomfortable with sex because there's a lot of people in fandom that are introverted, you know, that have a hard time talking to the opposite sex, and especially now when things are different than they've been. I mean, and then there's the alternative is that there's fandom that embraces sexuality and alternative lifestyles and, you know, crazy. I've seen both sides at conventions. I've seen some crazy shit at sci-fi conventions, but you know,
Yes.
those are literary sci-fi conventions, so people were readers. So they had read, you know, Henry Miller's Tropic of Cancer, and they were very aware, as opposed to a lot of media fans today. A lot of our entertainment, especially stuff like Star Wars, is very chaste. So
Yeah,
it's
and you know something? If correct me if I'm wrong, but in The Mandalorian, we had like one episode where this woman tries to take off his helmet, which I think is a metaphor for a lot of things. But there's just one episode where he meets this nice woman. Even Cara Dune is like, "Hey, she's kind of nice. You know, you probably should, you know, stay with this lady." But then after that, you know, there's no romance. There was no romance really in the Book of Boba Fett. We all wanted him to be with that beautiful woman in, Jennifer Beals character, the one who was in that, or whatever it was, the sanctuary area. There was no romance in Obi-Wan Kenobi. So now, just like any regular Star Wars story, there is romance in Andor, or at least a hint of romance. You know, I don't think it's right to deny human desires in a story when it's natural. You know, I just think that this is just the progression of a story. It gets enhanced by a love story. It gets enhanced by human contact, by real emotions, by feelings. You know, even the part where Marva grabs or you know, sedates poor little Andor, you know, as a child. You know, of course, she saw him. She's like, he's this boy. I can't leave him there. But she wanted to raise him. You know, it's understood. It's not said in the story, but she wants to take care of this boy. And so it was something that she had a desire to do. She did it. She wasn't doing it because it was necessarily right. It's because she saw him. She knew he'd be killed, and she's like, "This is kind of convenient for me. I could take him home and give him as comfortable life as I can, considering the circumstances." So I think that, you know, touching on this human desire for having these kinds of relationships, even when Skarsgård tries to build that trust with Andor, there's this certain level of intimacy there. He's holding a gun to the man's head. But he feels that he can connect with him and have this exchange with him. Andor and the girl have this relationship, like it's a friendship, but it makes the other guy uncomfortable. It made him so uncomfortable. He is so enthralled with this woman that it made him so uncomfortable that he reported Andor to get him out of there.
Yep.
That's how much this woman means to him. I mean, if that isn't a, you know, like a crime of passion in a way, I don't know what is. But it feels right. Like it feels like he might do something like this because he can't outsmart Andor. And as I told you, Andor feels like the most interesting man in the world, right? He can do these incredible things, and that guy can't compete with him.
Nope.
You know, not by a long shot. So it's a passionate.
And they have a past. Andor and her have a past. Whatever that past.
Sure.
You know, and again, I feel that having those kinds of jealousy and passion, those are driving forces. I mean, why was Helen of Troy such a pain in the ass? Because, you know, the Peloponnesian War or whatever. I mean, these are all part of things that people want. I mean, I'll tell you something. If you look at Darth Vader and Padme, Anakin and Padme, I mean, Anakin was a very non-self-actualized human being. You know, he didn't know. It was the first girl he ever really encountered. He fell in love with her. After 10 years, you know, he probably fantasized about her all through his adolescence. And then when he's finally, you know, brought back with her again, the only woman. I mean, these are things that are desperately missing from Star Wars stories. These kinds of these are part of the whole passion of being a human being. And
yes, and then we had one scene, Robert, and I'm sorry, where, you know, he touches her back, and then they're in bed in a few times in that, you know, let's say trilogy, so to speak, or a prequel section. You know, we do kind of see that something's going on there. Even Obi-Wan is not denying that he knew or sensed, you know, knowing that there is this intimate relationship that happened. He himself is not completely denying that he knows this. In a sense, he knows what his friend is doing and that he's maybe too close to this woman, but he's not stopping him. So I think that there's a lot of these interconnections. And yes, I hope we do see maybe. I wouldn't be completely, upset if we saw some nudity in this. I think it's got to be realistic. It's Andor or in Coruscant. It's the maybe the most beautiful city or the most beautiful thing. Why not? Let's just see, some adults thing, where somebody just decides to do something and we just see it in a natural form. I was watching the Terminal List, and I noticed in the Terminal List there's some scenes where they have Chris Pratt, kind of walking around with no shirt on. And it's kind of like they didn't have to put that in there, but they knew that I would be looking for that. They knew that I would be looking to see, because he was just natural, like maybe brushing his teeth or getting ready to go out. We wanted to see these things that make life actually seem realistic. And it is realistic to see people in these different states of dress or undress, in the course of a day. So I think there is a lot to it, and it does progress the story, Lael. Sex progresses the story tremendously, as we've seen in House of the Dragon, more perhaps than any other show so far.
I mean, I don't know if I can say this. I mean, it's out there if you want to look. We'll see who Rhaenyra's second husband is. That's all I'm saying. I mean, if you want to look, you can find out. And I think we've already seen, if you're watching House of the Dragon, you probably know that Rhaenyra's husband's not long for the world. And she does have a second husband, and we've already met him.
And honestly, I think the fact that we've been talking so positively about Andor and that we can see the potential of Andor, we know that this is not a short story. This is an actual sequence of events that will progress in 12 episodes. This is pretty epic for me. I mean, I feel like we're actually getting a quality story this time, and
we're basically getting 4 90-minute movies or 2-hour movies, and that's what Tony Gilroy said, is that we're doing these in chunks of 3, and you can tell the way it was shot. Episodic television. Episodes of TV are written with a beginning, a middle, and an end. None of the Disney shows, whether they're Marvel or whether they're Star Wars. Mandalorian was written episodically because those individual stories, they have an overarching theme, but for the most part, they're individual stories. So they were actually written as episodic shows. But none of these other shows really were. I mean, I think what's interesting to me is that WandaVision seemed to be, because you had the different eras of sitcoms, how it began. You go from the 50s and the 60s and the 70s up to the 80s. And they were doing that. But all the other Marvel shows seem to be like they're one long movie. Kenobi felt like one long movie that was just cut up into episodes. So I feel like Andor, we're getting 4 interconnected movies. And they've got different directors, and that's how they're approaching the production of them. They're probably written as one script. They shoot them as that and then break them up in post.
Yeah.
They even took care to the guy who was on the transport with Skarsgård. The man is a famous British actor. They even took care to have a character like that, who we may not ever see again, but have him where he's Mr. Chatterbox, right?
I love that guy.
You just want to go on your way, and the guy's like, "Hey, are you staying at such and such? I deal with this. I do this kind of work." And he was hoping that Skarsgård would return the favor and tell him, spill all the beans, right? They even took care for something like that. And as they get off the transport, the man says something like, "Oh, you're not staying at the hotel? You're not staying there? Well, where are you staying?" Essentially, and the guy says, "Oh, not tonight. I'm not staying there tonight. See ya." And it's even the carefulness, it's attention to these details in it that make me so confident that going forward, this is just going to be such an enjoyable experience, I think, for everybody.
Oh, I think so too. And it's just starting. By the way, Darth Plato says the biggest compliment for Andor, at least we're not seeing Tatooine again. Thank God. Because, the universe is a big place. And Superhero Display says, anyhow, peace to you, Holy Trinity. At least House of the Dragon is incredible, and Damon is a fucking gangster. You don't know the half of it. Wait till you see what...
True. This is true.
He is. It
Damon,
is true.
My God. Woo. But the thing is, I'm just going to... The thing about this show, the only disappointment for me right now, and it's not a bad thing.
Are you talking House of Dragon or Andor?
House of Dragon. I'm going to miss the young Rhaenyra, bro. I'm gonna miss her, bro, because I just loved her character, and I
Mm.
hope to see her in other films because she's an amazing actress, bro.
Yeah,
She's an amazing actress.
I agree, but I think that we're going to get two more great actresses tomorrow. And by the way,
Yeah,
if anyone knows what happens with the Dance of the Dragons, this shit goes fucking pedal to the metal insane.
yeah,
I mean, in fucking sane. I can't wait. This show is going to be at a breakneck pace every episode. It goes fucking crazy, and I can't wait. Swag props. Our
yeah,
friend Cal says, with Star Wars, we've gone from shows that are blatantly filled to the brim with fan service to Andor, which relies more on story and character development. The fact that Andor is already getting critical acclaim should tell Disney which direction fans want to go. And here's, you know what's so funny? What I find so strange is that fan service is one thing. Like if somebody shows up and you're like, oh hey, that's fans always have wanted the same thing. They want a great story well told. That's it. They want a great story well told. And it's very funny because no one would have ever believed that if you just made an Obi-Wan Kenobi series where he confronted Vader or something, that it wouldn't be good. And yet that show was all over the place. And it was, you know, there's a book, Kenobi. And the book was, I thought, a much better story. It had nothing to do with Darth Vader. And, you know, you think about those things and it's like, why is it that does Ben Kenobi only have a story that interacts or intersects with Darth Vader? I mean, that's the thing. If you think about life, you have interactions with all kinds of people. You know, you don't see everybody you know every day. You don't just interact with your father or your mother. You have a life. You know, and friends come in and out of your life the older you get. There's people that you love to death. You don't see them in 10 years and you get back together and it's like no time had ever passed. I mean, and I feel that the Star Wars universe has been, because of this, because people don't understand, what we want to see is great stories set in the Star Wars universe.
yeah,
And everybody wants, I mean, the one thing about, what's funny is that The Mandalorian is a show that now everyone loves because it's building off the Clone Wars TV series and now Rebels. So the reason people love that they love that so much is because it's already established. We're going to go take back Mandalore. We got Bo-Katan. We got Ahsoka. We've got all these characters that were previously existing in another medium. And it's not like The Mandalorian. And by the way, everyone knows The Mandalorian was supposed to be a Boba Fett series anyway. You know, that is the Boba Fett series we were supposed to get. And then they brought Boba Fett into it because they could, because it wasn't a Boba Fett show. And, you know, just like The Mandalorian doesn't necessarily have to be Din Djarin anymore. And that's what we'll see in season 3. Someone else is going to take front and center that we already know. But it's interesting. So I think Swag Props is really right about that. I mean, we know the Star Wars universe better than anyone who's going to write it. So
Yes.
what we want, like, we don't know. Star Wars fans have no idea where Tony Gilroy is going to take the story of Cassian Andor. We're not thinking, well, I wonder when he's going to confront Darth Vader. Well, the answer to that question is never. He's never going to confront Darth Vader. And that's what's so great is that we don't know. And I think that's part of the problem with the people that aren't buying into it right away is because they have no frame of reference. All they have is Rogue One, where you know Cassian Andor dies. But other than that, it's not set in the universe we're familiar with. So there's a lot of fans going, well, where are we? What is this?
Find it in the most unusual places.
Oh,
if
yeah.
anything.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ian McDermott addressing the Imperial Senate. I can see that happening.
That's what we can definitely see. I wouldn't be surprised if we also see Bail Organa. You know what I mean?
Right.
We could possibly see him there as well.
Yep.
You know, as part of the Senate. You know what I mean? Again, we know that, you know,
For
he
sure.
still, you know, plays a significant role. And there's certain things that he can and cannot, you know. So again, there's a lot there's a lot of characters, but I think a lot of characters on the back end that we might be familiar with that we could possibly see again.
Yep.
I don't expect to see a Jedi, and I'm not mad if we don't, because even though I love the Jedi and I'm such a fan, I want to see, you know, more Jedi. and Sith interactions. In this particular story, I don't think it really has to be. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be that level of wonder. I want it to be a story that really speaks to the underworld. It speaks,
Yeah.
you know, to everything. Where it, I mean, look, I would even more so. I would even want to see the Crimson Dawn organization. I would want to see something like that in this show because we know that that was there as well. I wouldn't mind seeing anything like that, but again, it's not something that we don't have to see. The thing is, we don't have to see things familiar to feel like it's Star Wars in a sense.
Nope.
I mean, we don't have to. I mean, we're going to get, of course, we're going to see more Death Troopers. We're going to see more Stormtroopers. Hell, we might get more troopers that we've never seen before.
Right.
Because they're good with that. You know what I mean? They did that with Rogue One, and I'd be on board with that. But I guess, like I said, for me, I'm just in that phase where it's a wait and see for me. I can't wait to see everything else going forward. I think that the platform that they've created or the story that's been set within these first 3 episodes is amazing, and I just want more. The last episode, the last few minutes or 10 to 15 minutes of episode 3 was amazing to me.
Oh my God.
It was emotionally driven. It was amazing to me.
Yeah, and I mean the fighting and all that. I agree. I mean, and I think that I know in the next episodes it's not a time jump, but we're going to Coruscant, and we're going to meet Mon Mothma because she's another character that's vital to the rebellion that doesn't yet exist, and we're going to see that. So let's see now. So some more super chats. 6 Scale Mafia, who I was on his show tonight, which was a lot of fun. I was a little distracted because I was opening up this figure I got today on the show, but they wanted me to do it. 6 Scale Mafia says, thanks for joining my show tonight, Rob. Had a great time. Now I'm ready for the Musings. Skynet soon, I'm afraid. He was referring to our conversation about AI. Kenneth Colton says, we do live in crazy times. Good thing we have you, Rob, and of course, Mmmm and Lael Rockwell. Sending love from the Pacific Northwest. Well, of course, that's where I'm from. So I like everybody from the Pacific Northwest.
Rob, can I show you something? You keep talking. I just want to show you something. I want to show everybody something because this is my guy. I have to show people this. I showed everybody on Civilized, but yeah, I got to show you this.
Oh well, hang on. You want me to? Let me. I'm gonna go full frame. Let me put Lael up full frame so he can we can see that. Ghost Rider says, greetings PGS. Andor is a sleeping giant. Episodes 1 through 3, 7 out of 10. James Earl Jones' voice. I'm on board. I hope to get to work with you again soon, Rob. Keep kicking ass. We are all goof people. Tom Jr. Jackson. Wait, are you not going to work with me again soon? Are you leaving, Tom? Uh-oh, Lael. I don't know what that is. Let's go full frame. Look. Oh, wow. Now, what is this?
Okay, so this is from Renz Talentino, the very talented artist, Renz Talentino, who actually got this. I mean, he did this for me. He painted this for me.
Wow.
This is, again, Jen Urso. I got the certificate of authenticity from him as well. Man, listen, anybody out there who's watching this show right now, if you want artistry at its finest, Renz Talentino is a mutant. He is not normal. He's not real, because the realism that he gave me with this is phenomenal. If you go to his Instagram page, you'll see his work. Renz Talentino, the artist, he is incredible. I could not wait to show you this, Rob. It's incredible.
Dude, that is unbelievable. Now, what is that painted on? Is that canvas? Is that foam core? What is that?
It's basically like a foam. So basically, now this is not the original, but it's actually a print of the original. Of course, he's not going to give it. But man, this thing is amazing. It's simply amazing. He signed the back of it as well.
Wow, that's beautiful. So yeah, it's mounted to foam core. It looks like that's great.
Yeah, it's foam core, definitely. But it's amazing, bro. I'm so excited about it. Renz Talentino did such a great job. But I was excited about it. I just wanted to share.
Dude, that is so cool. You got to get that framed and hang it up, buddy.
Oh yeah. That's first thing.
By the way, I'm loving behind you the Jazz Inc. We don't get to see this angle much, but above your DTOF, seeing the Jazz Inc. The Ray Speeder.
Yeah.
I'm getting my Jazz Inc. 66 Batmobile next month. Very excited. But that looks great, seeing the top of those DTOFs, man.
You know, and then you see the hall.
Dude,
of
I was talking about this on Anthony's show this evening about your DTOF display going all the way down.
It's the hall of detox. It goes the whole
Dude,
way down.
so good.
You see
so
that?
good.
It's just a hall. It's the hall of justice, but the hall of detox, and it goes around the other way as well. So it's a lot. It's a lot.
Amazing. Well, did you see what I got today?
What you get?
I finally got. I'll show you. I finally got the. It's what is it? TR. I ordered this a long time ago, but it came with this. So it is. So it's a line of Egyptian god figures, and this one is Tut, King Tut, and I have to say, I've been waiting for this for a long time. I haven't really posed him yet, but face and body. This, I cannot tell you how cool these figures are. I mean, and again, this is heavy. The wrap of and the armor, dude. I mean, incredible. The Moon Knight. Oh yeah. Oh, and it's funny because fuck Khonshu, I got King Tut, but they make all of these, you know. And what's interesting is they make these figures in two different versions. You can get the white version and the black version, and like Anubis and things like that. You know what? This is a total one-off figure that I didn't. You know, I loved King Tut because I saw the thing when I was a kid, and I had no idea how great these figures are. And the fact that they come with face and bodies. I mean, this is so chunky. I need to get this entire line. I mean, the lining. These are such well done figures. I had no idea, and you can get this at Big Bad Toy Store for $180, and it's incredible. And dude, come on! I mean, look at the detail and the paint ops. Yeah, so I'm gonna get. And can I just say, come on, this chair loving motherfucker. This is a great chair. I mean, to be fair. You know, it's not as good as this chair, but it's pretty damn good. That's a different chair. Boy, do I love my Thanos chair. You could actually work out with this. It's that heavy. So, anyway, very excited about this figure, even though it's a one-off. So, let's see. Where are we? We are... Oh, by the way, you know... Kenneth Colton says, oh wait, I already said that. Ghost Rider says, greetings PGS. Andor is, oh, I already said that too. That's Tom. Mikey Lito says, hello everyone. Apparently Andor is a generational Rorschach test. Andor is a wonderful series, paced beautifully, and I can't wait for the remaining episodes. Now, hang on a second. Let me put you guys, I just realized you're not in the show. So Mikey, who's a great friend of the channel, Lael. He's somebody that you need to meet. You need to converse with.
Yes.
He's always talking about when he's watching the show. I mean, knows him. You guys have hung out.
Yes.
Mikey's a great guy. He's got his own YouTube channel. But he was telling me recently, just this week, he was saying, you know, I've always wanted to come on the channel with you guys, but whenever Lael speaks, he says exactly what I was thinking. So then so Mikey's great.
That's my guy, bro.
He's an older geek. He's an older geek, but I think you two park your shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay. Mikey's aunt, Polly Murray, who has an incredible documentary about her. My Name is Polly Murray that everybody should watch. I was listening to NPR this week, and there was a woman who has written a book about women in the legal profession who have stood up to Trump. And the lawyer was explaining, or the writer was explaining that the book opens with Polly Murray, and was explaining that Polly Murray is a lot more important in terms of constitutional law and law in the United States than anybody really understands, and that's Mikey's aunt. And and so we were talking about that. But so you and Mikey should hook up, maybe do a stream together. I think it would be fascinating.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to.
I would watch that. I think it'd be great. Mikey's one of the good ones.
I would
And
love to.
Erton can vouch for him.
Yes.
Kevin Dorr says, I think it's brilliant. House of the Dragon really leans into hating and insulting half the country that doesn't vote the correct Hollywood way. Debating if I'll keep watching. Really? You really think that House of the Dragon leans into hating and insulting half the country that doesn't vote the correct Hollywood way? That's an interesting take. I wouldn't necessarily, considering the show is I'm curious. I would like to hear you, Kevin, to elaborate on that more. I don't see House of the Dragon being that way. But okay. I see House of the Dragon a lot more along. To me, House of the Dragon's about Republicans. So do you mean that it's not about Democrats? Or I mean that you think it's about Democrats and not about Republicans? I mean, it is about people that are rich. I don't know. But I'd be curious to hear you elaborate more on that. Nightcrawler, who's a PGS VIP, and that's goes on to say, Andor was amazing. So much verisimilitude. By the way, Andor, Nightcrawler's been a member of the channel for 2 months, so thank you. This is the show I've been looking for. One of my favorite scenes was when the boss told him to leave it alone, and he got his team killed later. What do you think about Blue Noodles? That's a really good question. I love that scene. That his boss is like, look, this is probably what happened. You know, because he'd seen this happen before. Those two guys were in a place they shouldn't have been. They were spending money they shouldn't have had. And I don't know what went down, but something went down, and they were probably to blame. And he was right. They were to blame. They were trying to shake down Cassian Andor. They were shaking down a citizen, trying to take his money, trying to do whatever, and he fought back. And the funny thing about it was exactly what that guy said it was. And the functionary's like, this is my way of moving up in the world. Well, didn't want to let it go. Didn't listen to his superior.
And then he got
And then he got his ass handed to him and got a lot of his compatriots killed.
Yep. That's the biggest problem. He should have just left well enough alone. But, I mean, again, it's set to be progressive, and I think that's what we're going to definitely see.
Word balloon, John Suntress. He's got two things here. I got two things read from him. Boba Fett was like a 60s Hercules movie. That's not a bad way of looking at it. You're not wrong. By the way, John Suntress made a comment early on. John Suntress has the Word Balloon podcast. He talks to a bunch of people in entertainment, a lot of people in the comic industry. If you have not checked out the Word Balloon podcast, please do so. It's terrific. John also said, we were talking about AI earlier before you were here, Lael, about James Earl Jones and his voice. He says AI may be alongside human creativity, but original art and ideas will always be welcomed. This week, finally a great Lower Decks episode. Funny and a Trek story with legs to develop. Thoughts? Quantum Leap and Andor are solid too. I have not watched this week's Lower Decks yet. I mean, I will, but I hope it's great. But Boba Fett being like a 60s Hercules movie, you're not really wrong. They tried. They tried.
They did.
Kenneth Colton says, Andor is a great example of Star Wars going outside the box, moving away from traditional stories to tell something new and fresh, and I am here for it.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I'm there for it. I'm definitely there for it, man. I mean, again, outside the box, and again, we want to see something different. We want expansion, and I'm seeing that. You know what I mean? And I'm happy where it's going so far, because the thing is, if there's a level of success with this particular show, and that's, like I said, we need the viewership. We need people to basically, however you basically see it, however your views are, we need the viewership to see things, because regardless if you like it or dislike it, viewership is going to, and these discussions is going to help kind of push the button forward for us to get new content, more, content that's completely outside the box. And I think that we're starting to see that. I mean, hell, we're getting an Acolyte show that I never knew we would actually get, and I can't wait for it. And I'm hoping that I'm really hoping that does well. But again, I mean, I'm definitely on board for this. Like you know, it's to me, it was a sleeper cell of a show that people weren't really looking for it. They weren't really, it wasn't something that was on their radar. But again, after the, dismal response that we got from both Obi-Wan and, Book of Boba Fett. And if you look, and you know what, Rob, even when looking at this world, it's like this is a world where Boba Fett should exist in.
Yeah.
This is a world where he should be.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like they made him such a hokey character in that show. There were certain good elements about it, but I just think it lost the plot. But this is the world that they're great. And I know, she doesn't see the grit yet, but I think you will see it. You'll start seeing it a bit more. I mean, I've seen it and I'm seeing it, but you'll see it. But it's a world where I think Boba Fett would be more suited, and again, like we've talked about it, where him being the bounty hunter that's most feared, we want to see that fear, and we didn't get that. Like we definitely didn't get that, and this would be the opportunity to have, the scope of this show is something that I wanted to see in the Book of Boba, and we never got it. So,
No, look, I'm with you 100%. And I there was that talk of Lucasfilm was developing the show about the underworld of the Star Wars universe, and they wrote like 50 scripts for it, and it never got made. And I feel like we're getting a little bit of that with Andor. I mean, we're getting an Academy Award-winning writer, who wrote the Bourne movies, who wrote and directed Michael Clayton. By the way, his brother John is editing the series, and Dan Gilroy, his other brother, made movies like Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal. So the pedigree of this family is great, and I think that it might not be the Star Wars series everybody thinks they want, but I would say give it time. I think when we think about Andor in blocks of 3 episodes, because that's how they're being made. That's how it's been explained. So we are literally going to get 24 episodes of Andor that take us all the way up to Rogue One. So we know Cassian Andor's fate, but what we're going to see is, how did the rebellion begin? How was it forged? Who was involved? And I think we're probably going to get... I mean, that's not to say you can't do a different... I just love the tone of it. I feel like they're making a Star Wars show. I'm watching Boba Fett, and I'm angered that I didn't love it more. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, it was goofy. John saying it was like a 60s Hercules movie is correct. It felt like a goof. Yeah. Boba Fett should be John Wick. And I think in our minds, Boba Fett was the John Wick of... I mean, even before John Wick existed, but if we knew that John Wick existed, we would say that Boba Fett is the John Wick of the Star Wars universe. There's no reason why we should say that, but in our minds, Boba Fett was the coolest mofo who ever lived.
And he would have had a girlfriend or two.
Oh, my God. He would... Look, man, that guy, he would have been... That's another thing. I mean, Boba Fett would have been an incredible... magnetic personality. And here's the funny thing. I think it was, on one hand, it was really cool that they brought back Tamora Morrison to play this idea that they're all clones of Tamora Morrison. Lucasfilm has been very kind to lean into that and have Tamora Morrison, being used in this way. And I really respect, I mean, people bitch about Kathleen Kennedy, but you know what? She was instrumental in making sure that Tamora Morrison came back and played Boba Fett. I don't necessarily think that might have been the best decision in the world, because, you're locked into, he's an older man, and was that the best way to go about portraying Boba Fett? I mean, I know when you're going to see his face, he has to look like Tamora Morrison, or does he? You could have hired some other Maori actor from New Zealand who was hot and young or whatever, but I respect what they did. And I think it's good, but I think that actually hampered where they could take that character. But, that's just me.
For person who played his son in the prequels? I know
Yeah, I mean, they
he
could.
actually talked about that, and that would have been interesting to break away from that, the old, let's say, look.
I think that he just didn't go on to continue his acting. You know, I think that was really the problem. Whereas Tamora Morrison has. Kevin Morales wants to know if we're going to get a Cassian Andor hot toy. What do you think,
Yeah.
Lael?
Better. I think we will.
100%.
Better.
100%.
We better. Hell, well, we've already gotten the so let me ask you a good question, and not to derail from this one, but did you RSVP that Cobb Vanth?
No. But
It's a head sculpt now.
Yeah, I did. Anthony showed the it's good. It's a great head sculpt.
Yeah.
And I think it's fantastic. Again, they had to wait. They had to probably get. It's like the video I played at the head of the show when Scarlett Johansson is telling Reese Witherspoon about Hot Toys. I mean, they probably had to wait to get his approval or something, and But
to answer the question, I think we will get a Cassian. I mean, it's a no-brainer for him to do it. I think we will get it. I think we will.
And I think a lot of it is also, and we were talking about this the other day, Lael, a lot of it will depend on the success of casting, of the Andor show specifically. And I think that it's going to spur more interest people into Star Wars. I think that this is going to be the most successful and most popular show with normies going forward too. I think that they're going to watch this and say, yeah, this is pretty cool. I don't have to know anything. I can watch this. And I understand the story. This is really interesting. It's going to get them interested in it, and they're going to watch it, and people are going to have more interest in buying collectibles. So it's good all the way around.
Yeah, it is.
I want an AI B2 emo going around my house. Hello, Rob.
Yeah, I think we'll get one. We're definitely going to get one. We're going to get put it this way. We're going to get it in 6-scale form, and also when we actually go to Star Wars Celebration, we're going to see a few of them floating around.
We are.
I want to see B2 emo beat the shit out of BB-8. That's what I'm looking for, a cage match. Sunday. I can't wait to see that. Because I hate BB-8. A robot that was crassly designed. But you know what? Crassly designed to take front and center away from R2-D2. R2-D2 spent Force Awakens under a tarp. You don't do that to my boy. You don't do that to my favorite astromech droid. You don't do that. B2 emo is gonna clean BB-8's clock one day. I'm there for it. Kenneth Colton says that Andor is a great example of Star Wars going outside the box, moving away from traditional stories to tell something new and fresh, and I am here for it. Is that true?
Yes.
I think so too.
Very true. That's hands down the truth.
Totally agree. And you know what? What's funny about Andor, I think as it goes along, it's going to win everybody over.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to win.
That's the thing. It's going, like, we're going to see. I mean, again, we're headed to Coruscant. I'm hoping that we basically see even the underbelly there, like just the underworld there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get a chance to see some of the things that were hinted to, even in Clone Wars, even some of the things that were hinted to, or hinted on in Rebels. I hope we see levels of Coruscant that we actually haven't seen before. Again, we know that there's a possibility we may see things that are familiar, but I do also want things that are unfamiliar to me.
I agree. Well said, sir. Jason Bueno says, have people like Gilroy write a good story and have Lucasfilm fill it in with lore and keep the ideas canon consistent. Andor is a breath of fresh air. I agree with that, Jason. That's why your last name's Bueno. But I think he's right. And I think, look, we live in this world where it needs to be understood that our big franchises are now owned by corporations. And there's always going to be a cynicism in the creation of anything new for these franchises, because the only reason that these corporations are doing this is to make money. Now, everybody wants to make money. But when George Lucas was making Star Wars, look, all filmmakers want to make money, but what they're doing, filmmakers want to tell you a great story. Especially if you're an indie filmmaker and you've generated the story yourself, like George Lucas did. What he really wanted to do was tell a story that he hoped would connect with audiences. A major motion picture studio doesn't care about stories connecting for a story's sake. They want it to connect with audiences so they can make money. And the Disney Corporation wants to make more Star Wars to monetize across many platforms, whether it's interactive video games, whether it's clothing and apparel, whether it's toys and merchandising, whether it's attractions in their parks. They're using Star Wars. It's not about storytelling, which is ironic. It's all about their different metrics as far as their bottom line is concerned, about making more money using this intellectual property. And the irony is that all we care about as audience members are that somebody tell us a good Star Wars story. Mm-hmm. And a good Star Wars story keeps the IP going. And yet, a corporation doesn't know what a good story is. They have to hire people that they hope. Like, look, I think one of the most disastrous decisions they ever made was to hire J.J. Abrams to front Force Awakens. Because The Force Awakens led to Rise of Skywalker, which is not only one of the worst movies I've ever seen, it really might have hammered, it could have been the death blow to a franchise. J.J. Abrams should be kept far, far, far away from a franchise. He has proven himself both with 2 Star Wars movies and 2 Star Trek movies. I mean, look, everyone likes Force Awakens because, did it serve the characters well? You had a filmmaker that didn't put Luke, Han, and Leia in the same movie. How can that be? That would have been the first. If I owned Disney and I was making The Force Awakens, the first thing that I would have said up on high is that I want to see Luke, Han, Leia, Lando, R2, 3PO, Chewbacca in a blaze of glory. Not go out in a blaze of glory, but I want to see them together kicking major bootay. That would have been my one and only mandate. And J.J. Abrams failed at that. He did not put Luke, Han, and Leia together in the same movie. That, to me, shows a fundamental lack of understanding. I would keep J.J. Abrams away from never let him get, thank God, his Madame Xanadu and John Constantine movies were canceled. I mean, his HBO series were canceled. He's getting a credit on the John Constantine movie because he contractually has to do that. But J.J. Abrams has utterly failed. I kind of like Mission Impossible 3. I'll grant him that. But he utterly failed at creating Star Trek and Star Wars movies. And the fact that he never put Luke, Leia, and Han together in a movie might be, in my mind, one of the greatest failures of any filmmaker in the history of the medium. And I'm not being hyperbolic. And now they can never be together. He had one chance, and he fucked it up. And he really did.
I mean, having, Luke at the end of a story to continue just, as a continuation into the next film. And I've already voiced my opinion, with, The Last Jedi, is because it's okay. All right, if you're going to give us that version of Luke, there has to be a more a better explanation as to why you went that route. To me, I don't think they gave me the explanation that I needed. We just saw that we had a very disgruntled individual, a very disgruntled character, but it was very uncharacteristic of the Luke that I know. Even if he got to that point, how he got there just didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to me according to his character. So for me, I checked out of it. You know what I mean? I couldn't really gravitate towards it, in that way. Even though I understand the choice, it just, you had three, and the way it felt to me is that you had three self-contained stories, three of them, each film, because no one could really decide on how to make it more cohesive. You know what I mean? And it just didn't work for me. I mean, Force Awakens, I felt as though it was it was potential for it to be good going forward. But I think the ball was dropped in The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. In my opinion, you had a character, extremely important as Finn, and you did him dirty. You made him basically a side. He was more of an anecdote going forward. That's the way I felt. Who just hollered Ray at every chance that he got, and I'm like, come on, John Boyega is better than that. He should have been much better than that. They should have gave him more meat and more substance, and they didn't. They just made him. They just placed him in a situation where he just became a side character, and I just didn't like it at all.
Did you see the trailer for the new Jamie Foxx, John Boyega movie that's going to be on Netflix?
They cloned Tyrone.
Oh my! Top of the list. I watched that trailer. That goes top of the list with a bullet in terms of things I want to see. Oh my God, does that look fantastic? The opening of that trailer when they're in the elevator and Jamie
singing.
Dude, I fucking lost my shit. That looks so good.
I can't wait.
They cloned Tyrone. The idea of those people stumbling on a government conspiracy, that's the best. I mean, I'm there for that. I'm so there for it. And first of all, Jamie Foxx, this is such an aside, but I love Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx, and he deserves better than the material he's been getting, and I understand. I think Jamie Foxx is like, when it comes to, did you see, what was it? Did you see him doing his Donald Trump impression? That video on YouTube?
Nah.
Oh my God. First of all, that guy, Jamie Foxx, does some of the greatest impressions I've ever seen. And I mean, I'm an unabashed, massive fan of Michael Mann's Miami Vice film.
Yeah.
Where Jamie Foxx is Tubbs and Colin Farrell's Crockett. I fucking love that movie. And Jamie Foxx is great in it.
Yeah.
There is amazing. Which way is up? I mean, Jamie Foxx can do anything. I don't understand. He's an Academy Award-winning actor. I don't understand why Jamie Foxx is not more A-list than he is. He's up there with. He's more comedic and more funny, so he's not going to be considered in the same realm as Denzel. But if you gave him more dramatic work, I bet he could be in that conversation.
He can definitely pull it off, and we know he could.
But for everybody, go look up. It was dropped as the Netflix. The Netflix is having their big ta-dum. And they dropped the trailer for They Cloned Tyrone. Go right now and come back and report back if you don't think I'm right or Lael's right.
It's incredible.
It looks so good.
It does.
It looks like a modern day 70s conspiracy thriller. They even lean into like the blaxploitation elements of the trailer with the fonts and the graphics they look like they're from the 70s.
Yep.
It looks so
I can't wait, bro. I cannot wait.
Cannot wait. Bert says, if only Cyril Karn had listened to his superior. Yep. Hubris. I mean, he thought he was doing something good. I'm going to go prove I know I'm right. And how many people did he get killed? A lot. A lot of people got killed. Nightcrawler just sends in a Black Cat super sticker. Thanks for that, Nightcrawler. I appreciate that. Nightcrawler, is that a reference to the movie Nightcrawler that was made by Tony Gilroy's brother, Dan Gilroy? Glindor says, Heir to the Empire was the perfect sequel trilogy. Disney just had to adapt it for the screen. Well, that's another thing. You talk about listing these books. I find it strange that there's all this great potential source material around and everybody ignores it. Why is that?
Yeah, it really is a shame that it's getting ignored. There's a lot of great storylines. They pretty much don't have to do anything at all. Just grab some of those stories. You guys already mentioned Thrawn. The Thrawn books are some of the favorite books of, the fandom. Everybody wants to see that adapted into a trilogy or at least 2 films. I want to see the Rule of Two adapted into a film, or at least 2 films. That's my one that I feel absolutely needs to be made, because it really is a very unique order of events as far as I'm concerned, and incredibly important for the Sith going forward. Change the way that they do things, and a really important event. But I wondered myself for so long why we're not seeing those adaptations. And honestly, they could just do those adaptations for the next 20 years and people would enjoy it. I mean, you would just say it's adapted from the book, but they even have difficulty giving people credit when they take things from books. That's what we've been seeing.
Well, because they own them. I mean, and this is over across the pond at Star Trek. The writers of Strange New Worlds are just randomly ripping off Star Trek novelists without accreditation, and they're stealing from other science fiction writers like Ursula K. Le Guin, and they're not giving. I mean, it's shameless. And I think that, and the answer is that, well, we already own these stories. Well, okay, since when are you not giving writers credit that come up with your ideas? I mean, you're shamelessly ripping off these authors. Just because they own the stories don't mean you can just take their stories and not give credit. By the way, if you're doing that, fuck you as a writer. You should demand, if you're borrowing liberally from someone else's work, you should demand that they get a credit of some kind, or at least a special thanks, or based on a story by. Over at Star Trek, over at Star Trek, it has become disgusting. It is. People are like, why don't you like Strange New Worlds? The number one reason, because they steal from other writers, blatantly steal. The backstory of Rebecca Romijn's character was completely stolen from Dorothy Fontana's novel Vulcan's Glory, and they're like, well, Paramount already own. Okay, I get it. They already own it. That's not an excuse. You didn't create the backstory. You lifted it from another writer. Give that writer credit. They wrote that book. Their name's on it. They got paid. Now I understand the Writers Guild. The Writers Guild doesn't have any. But for you to take credit is shameless. And you writers out there, if you're going to steal from Ursula K. Le Guin's Those Who Walk Away from Umlaus, you have Alex Kurtzman going, well, we really took great inspiration from this book. No, you didn't take inspiration. You stole the story, and you didn't pay for it because she's dead, just like Dorothy Fontana is dead. And don't go out and go do interviews, go, well, we really took inspiration from this. Then give her the story credit. The original Star Trek did. Frederick Brown got credit for Arena. Very different story.
In regards to the Ahsoka series, for me, it would make sense to start with the book that they wrote. I can't remember who this author is. It's the one that I listen to all the time, and I should know who the author is. But the point that I'm making is that it's become so familiar to me, kind of like as she breaks away from things and is independent. That there should be an episode about that. And then they can go on with the series as her, I guess if they want to make it more present day for her or whatever era it is, because I would assume that you'd have to know a little bit more about how she got to where she is, so to speak, or why she's in the situation that she's in, so to speak. So we're not going to see her go through the ordeal of the trial, but what happens afterwards. And they kind of did a little bit of it in the Clone Wars with the sisters, but as far as I'm concerned, that was an okay rendition. She hadn't fully broken away because she's still connected with with quite a bit of the, she sees Anakin again. So, after that point, I think the book probably takes place at that junction. So I would want them to start with that. I don't think they're going to start with the book, but I feel like that would be a great episode. That's what I would do if I were doing the show.
Well, and look, I've often said, my friend Dave Hargrove and I have often marveled that the authors that have written a lot of these novels and comics have thought a lot more about these universes than the writers they hire from Hollywood. The Alien versus Predator comic that Dark Horse put out, the very first one, could have been a terrific movie. But instead we get Paul Thomas Anderson's version set in a pyramid in the Arctic on Earth. Why? Don't know, as the drinker would say. And I feel that way about a lot. Like, if I was running a franchise, the first thing I would do is hire people to look into these storylines. Go find me read all the Dark Horse Predator Alien comics, read these novels. I know it's going to take a long time. Go online and just Google what are the best Star Trek novels, and read all of those on the list, the top 20, and come back to me and tell me what you thought. It's amazing to me that there's all these stories, and now that we know that on Star Trek at least, they are blatantly ripping off Star Trek novels and other novels. Why wouldn't they go in and read? I mean, the Star Trek writers of these novels are doing it. No one is writing a Star Trek novel or a Star Wars novel to get rich, because you don't get paid that much. They're writing it for the love of the franchise. Same with the people that write these comics. And go in and read, find the best of them, and go in and consult with those writers. The problem is a lot of writers of novels and comics don't know how to work in Hollywood, which I understand that. But, partner up with them. Have a story group. The problem with the TV writers go from show to show to show. They don't care. When you look at like modern Star Trek, Strange New Worlds, a lot of the dialogue is generic relationship drama dialogue that you can plug into any show. I never feel like I'm really watching a Strange New Worlds. Modern Star Trek, not to go off on a rant. I am going off on a rant. I never feel like I'm watching a show that's very well written ever. Which
the Coda
sucks.
series would have been a fantastic. Anything from the Coda series would have been a fantastic thing to adapt. I mean, that would have been perfect.
They did they ruined both the Travelers and the original series Gary Seven's storyline in Star Trek Picard season 2. They canonically destroyed various dangling threads from Star Trek and made them stupid. That's and if they had used the Wesley Crusher from Coda, that would have been really interesting. You're preaching to the choir. John Welbacher says, this is why Anakin hated sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere is very true from a certain point of view. The view of sex, that is. Yeah, nobody wants... I think, John, you've hit the nail on the head. I'm sure that sand gets everywhere.
Wore that dress on purpose, okay? She wore that dress on purpose. She was hoping he would touch her back. Trust me, I know this. I know she wore those outfits on purpose. She wouldn't wear that. Yeah, she wasn't going to wear that if she was spending a day in the Senate. That was absolutely meant to allure him. So she knew what she was doing.
Yeah. Well, John, I'm with you there. RRTNZ, our friend all the way down in New Zealand, says, Hail Rob and Lael. With James Earl Jones retiring, I think it's time to introduce a new Sith Lord character with a more mellifluous I can't even say that word. Mellifluous, I can't even say it. A voice. Arise, Darth Burnett. Mellifluous. I can't say that word. I don't know. I don't know if I can bring the vocal. I don't think my lyrical flow is like Darth Vader's. I'm sorry. I think, you got to get somebody like Rakim and his lyrical flow. If you're going to have somebody who, you're going to replace James Earl Jones, you got to have somebody that has something that I don't have.
They have to have that vibrato, bro. You got it, bro. You got the tone. You got the. You have the.
I don't know what you're saying.
You got it. You got it. I think
I have trained for eons, since before your mothers were born. I don't know. I don't know if I could be the dark Darth Lord of the Sith. The thing about James Earl Jones is he had, if this is a consularship, where is the ambassador? I mean, I can't do that.
Well, he had all that, theater background as well. So there is a lot of that, and there's a lot of projection and, enunciation that and it shows in his work, just from everything he did. So there is that. I think you would be very interesting in doing it, Robert.
I mean, I'd have to do a different kind.
You would have to create your own style.
Yes,
right?
I would have to work on that. Whatever that would be. I don't know. But by the way, for those of you who are interested in the great James Earl Jones, one of the single greatest YouTube videos, it is over 10 years old now, is the Vader Sessions. The Vader Sessions, the video quality is not the best, but somebody took clips from Star Wars and used James Earl Jones's voice from other movies he was in, like The Great White Hope and Hunt for Red October and Field of Dreams, and they put his voice from those movies in Darth Vader's mouth. I'm going to take you out on a date. It's one of the greatest things you will ever see. It's still one of my favorite things that's ever been on the internet. It's on YouTube right now. It's called the Vader Sessions. It is, and it just goes to show you, it also is a great explanation or a great example of what an actor can do with their voice amongst many different roles. And if you've never seen the Vader Sessions, it's one of the greatest things you will ever watch. And very early YouTube, when YouTube was incredibly creative. So RRTNZ, I don't know what my Sith Lord character might be, but I'll work on it. Stubble McShave says, the writing in Andor is much better than in Boba Fett, and I believe the characters in a way I never did in Boba Fett. I believed that Star Wars was real in the Andor series.
Yeah, that's the thing. It connected you. Like, it made you feel like that you were part and could be part of that world. You know what I mean? Like, it just, again, it was the everyday hustle and bustle, everyday struggle with political party. You know what I mean? Everyday struggle with, a level of democracy that, is unheard of, dictatorship, a struggle between, trying to, a struggle for family, to really find family. Everything that's in this show right now has a level of realism. Even like the dialogue brings you in. It's something that you can imagine hearing outside of your home and not something that's hokey. You know what I mean? Like, it's dead on with that. I love the way it is. I love, just the full conversations, even the conversation with, when he asked Andor how, he infiltrated the Empire, and the conversation that he has, it bodes so well to what we're expecting now.
That was brilliant writing.
Yeah, it was.
It was brilliant writing. And the funny thing about it is, there's a lot of talk in fan circles and certainly on YouTube about woke storytelling or representation or whatever. Andor is a show that approaches social commentary correctly.
Yeah.
It's not beating you over the head with it, but it's showing you all of what you need to know. It's very smart in that way. It's giving you, in the real world, everything is nuanced. Everything is cut and dried. Now, I can't stand the fact that if I'm having a conversation on Twitter, someone accuses me of Trump derangement syndrome, as if that's like the only answer to a question. And I'm like, look, man, it isn't Trump derangement syndrome. It's just my opinion about something that might, I don't know, fly in the face of your narrative, but you're distilling my opinion down to my idea of a former president or a politician, which isn't fair. I mean, what I like is this show, when it delves into, it hasn't gotten into it. No one's used the word poverty, but that's definitely a part of this show. You have a population of oppressed people that have nothing. They have no generational wealth. They have no, they are repurposing old things to make them work, to sell them. I mean, you could talk about this, about colonization. You could talk about it being a class thing. All of those are true. But that's why it's interesting, because the show isn't beating you over the head with it. It's just presenting you with a society that has many analogous examples in our world right now. But it's not beating you over the head with it. It's certainly there, but it's allowing the viewer to see it. If you want to look into it and see it, you can, or you can enjoy it as an escapist fantasy heist spy thriller.
Yeah.
Yes, the Makari group that we see in the beginning, everybody is probably wearing things they picked out of a trash pile somewhere.
Right.
And
or family, lost family.
Onto his feet, they're not the right size, right, Lael? And he has he has like a something tied the boot on to his foot so it doesn't fall off, because those are not his shoes. Those were not his clothing. Everything. In fact, they even showed a scene where he's looking at himself for the first time, and then you kind of learn, and it progresses in the sense of how much they don't have, and pretty much they're isolated almost, even in a sense.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that when this thing crash landed there, nothing had been on there for maybe 50, 100 years even.
Yeah, I mean, I loved Cassian's backstory because there were no adults, and I couldn't help think, and I'm sure this probably might have been intentional. I was thinking about 1985's Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, because in Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, a plane crashed, and the adults died in the plane crash, and these kids survived, and they created their own civilization as best they could that had its own religion, its own history, its own folklore. And then, of course, Max Rockatansky comes across them. But in this society, there were no adults. The adults were all gone. And they don't even tell you any other show that someone said, well, we were in a crash and our adults disappeared. They never tell you. They just show you and don't tell you. And here is a civilization that, like you said, primordial. I mean, I think they probably knew, because as they struck out toward where the ship crashed, you see, my favorite thing in that episode was you see a strip mining, horrible, like clearly they were mining something and clear cutting trees. You saw the big cutter that was broken down. Like the Empire had been there. They'd taken what they wanted. Maybe they took what they want long before the kids were even there. But they touched on that. They showed you that the Empire is destroying the ecology of planets they go to. They just willy-nilly strip mine, destroy trees, or whatever. It looked like it might have been Saruman's Isengard from Two Towers. It was so great. They're showing it, and I don't hear anyone talking about that. I'm like, these kids on their journey to find that crashed ship go past this clearly an Empire outpost. They took everything they needed and they left. Or maybe, I don't know, some indigenous revolution. It was Pandora at one point.
Either. They don't translate it for you.
Nope. They don't tell you. It just happened. But you know what? I'm like, wow. There was a commentary being made on indigenous peoples, even though those people, those kids probably aren't, but indigenous, what the developed world, the first world, does to third world planets. Did they say it? No. They show it to you, and if you choose to recognize what they're addressing in that scene, you can.
And we also saw aliens.
Yeah. Yes, we did.
That people have been talking about. There was one alien that I thought was a throwback to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, because he was sort of this really tall creature, and I just loved how the guy said, I just have to stand here,
Right. Oh, that was the best. And Cassian's like, come on, man, you know me. You're not going to do anything to me. He's like, I know. I love that. I thought that was great.
Yeah.
And you know what I like? What I really liked about this the most was the choice not to give us caption when it came between the dialogue with children.
Yes, that's what I was talking about. They didn't translate it.
Yeah, I love that. There was no translation. I do love that. I love the simple fact that it was up to us to really, kind of explore what was going on. And the simple fact that, again, you mentioned it, that it was the very first time that Andor actually seen his image. He never seen himself. And I'm like, there must have been 0 puddles on that planet where you can actually look in a puddle to see your face. You know what I mean? At all. but there was nothing. Like even looking into a person's eyes to see your image, there, that's definitely it's non-existent.
Well, if you're in a hostile environment, you constantly have to look around. You don't have time to stop to look into a puddle.
Exactly, and this is what we're basically seeing: hostile environment. It reminded me of it's like Never Land gone wrong.
Right.
You know what I mean? Where basically like there's no Pan type of like individual there. They looked upon the girl as a leadership, but then she passes away. It's like, okay, who do we have next?
But
like,
you know what
next?
though? They were smart. They were smart.
Very.
And the thing is, what would kids? It's very, first of all, that choice in itself to show Cassian Andor as part of this primordial group of children that ran because that group of children was fully formed. There were no adults. They were probably refugees from some long forgotten. They certainly didn't know why they were there. And I thought that was again the commentary, because whether they're indigenous to that planet or not, they're proxy indigenous people, as any indigenous group is, because we all migrated around the earth. I mean, how far back do you want to go? And like I've said before on this show, the original, I've never understood why our planet doesn't revere all of those. Lael, you're black. You know something about that too. Now, I would say, why don't we revere all black people as the first humans? Why don't we? I mean, truly, there would be no other part of the human race without our black brothers and sisters who were here before we were. I would say that would be, wouldn't that be the most revered people? Why don't we do that? Don't know. Because everybody else, you talk about Dr. Leakey and Olduvai Gorge, and you go back to Homo habilis and all the origins of man. We all came from Africa. That's pretty much scientifically proven. So why is it we don't revere everyone who is black? Because they're representations of the whole reason the rest of us are here. On this show, though, you have an indigenous population, clearly probably not indigenous to that planet.
Yeah.
And maybe they were part of a crash, like they saw, like you said, they never saw anything like that, but they were the results. I mean, maybe that'll be revealed later, but maybe they were the results of another, I mean, maybe they're not that old. The people there are only, it had to be since the empire rose. What if those kids were all the children of refugees that were fleeing the imperial oppression after Palpatine took power? Because, it does say that this is 5 years before the Battle of Yavin, but it's what is that, 20? How many years after Revenge of the Sith? I mean,
I think it was 10 years. What, 5 years? Was it 5?
Well, doesn't Andor takes place? I mean, isn't like, because it took how long to build the Death Star? So we know that Andor covers a 5-year period of time. And if you read Catalyst, so this is 5 years before Star Wars, and it took like the Death Star 20 years to be built, I think.
Yeah.
So this is 15 years after the Empire took hold. So these kids are not, they were probably refugees, the children of refugees.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely were on their own. At least it felt like the children were on their own. And it looked like what they were wearing wasn't new. So I thought maybe that was stuff they found out of a garbage pile or whatever they could scavenge off the planet. It wasn't as new as this ship that landed. So I thought maybe that was,
or it could have been the villagers that were lost, parents that were lost, or, pretty much they didn't know. And so they're getting oversized clothing from, individuals who had already passed on. Because again, that crater, and the way we saw that crater, there was construction down there, but it looks like it took a lot of beating, and like it was a blast, or, there might have been some mining going on there that just went horribly wrong.
And that's, I mean, to me, that's where those kids came from, because the way they stopped and looked, they all had memories of that place.
Something, yeah.
And maybe that's, whatever happened. I mean, regardless, it was fascinating. I mean, the whole thing was fascinating. Glindor says, this is interesting. Rob, how do we as fans get excited again after so many movies and TV shows that seem out of touch? Much like Star Trek, Star Wars has fallen so far in writing quality, I expect to be disappointed now. Well, here's the thing. I think Andor, and not to say it's the end-all be-all, but I think you see a show like Andor, it's such a departure. Here's what I want everybody to be clear about. No one sets out to make a bad TV show or movie. Mm-hmm. No one. Mm-hmm. You think Kathleen Kennedy wants to make bad Star Wars? Kathleen Kennedy actually made a lot of really interesting choices in who to hire. You know, even Josh Trank was supposed to make the Boba Fett movie after he'd made Chronicle. That was some out-of-the-box thinking. Nothing Kathleen Kennedy wanted to do at first, it didn't work out for her. She made these decisions, and she was trying to be doing what Kevin Feige did, hire new, young talent. The problem was the talent that she was hiring, like Josh Trank, couldn't hack it. You know, when Kevin Feige hired James Gunn had made, $3 million movies, but he'd also been in the business for 25 years. Mm-hmm. So he understood. He'd written studio projects like Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead or Scooby-Doo. He worked for Lloyd Kaufman at Troma. He had a lot of experience. So when Kevin Feige hired him to make Guardians 1, there was a lot there. Kathleen Kennedy hiring the guys to do 21 and 22 Jump Street to make Lord Miller, who did Into the Spider-Verse and all that, that was a great creative decision. Unfortunately, it didn't work out because Lord and Miller were used to doing things differently, working improv, doing comedy. You know, they wanted to bring more of their style to Solo, and it didn't work out. Lawrence Kasdan was pissed. They were, and here's the thing. People forget, Kathleen Kennedy made that great hire. That was a really ballsy move on her part. It just didn't work out. That wasn't
the story with them that they sold them a outline of a story that got them the gig, but then changed it. Like they changed. Was that the rumor?
Well, I can't. I honestly, I don't know what happened. All I know from what I understand is that. Oh man, you know what? My
What?
God damn it! It just refreshed my stream, and the super chats that I was getting to just disappeared.
Oh.
I hate when that happens. Hang on. Yeah, so I have to go back in. I've got some old guy in Hawaii. How you doing, buddy? And Sub McShay, but there was a couple super chats I had not gotten to. I hate when they do that. I hate when it refreshes like this. So, if anyone can help me out, so Lawrence Kasdan wrote the script for Solo. The man who wrote Raiders, the man who wrote Empire, the man who directed The Big Chill, Silverado, Body Heat. He wrote Solo. And, you know, they hired Lord and Miller to direct, and based on what they'd done with like 21 Jump Street and 22 Jump Street, which was great. And they were going off book too much because that's how they work. They do a lot of improv and stuff, and Lawrence Kasdan did not like what they were doing. Yeah. And so he was the one that was complaining. He's like, this isn't my script. I totally get that. But, you know, the thing was, what is not simpatico is you got to understand, okay, when you're working for a Disney property, you're working for franchise material, you have to be just very clear with what it is you expect of your filmmakers. And I think what's interesting about, like, Kathleen Kennedy is somebody that believes if you're a filmmaker and I hire you, you're gonna cut the mustard. She's gotten a lot of flack. People like, no, she isn't. No, Kathleen Kennedy is one of the greatest producers that has ever lived in Hollywood. She produced your childhood. Go back and look at her. Her first full producing credit was E.T. 40 years ago. She has more experience than most of the producers in Hollywood, but what she is used to is working with people that really know what they're doing. And so she's hired people that she expected they knew what they were doing, and they weren't as experienced working within the studio system as she would have hoped. And she had to make some tough choices. And I think that she gets a really bad rap in fandom. And I am not some Kathleen Kennedy stan, but it's because I don't think a lot of the times fandom recognizes what's actually going on. Some old guy in Hollywood says, been watching off and on. Did Robert already see and talk about the Manifest trailer? I did not talk about them. I'm a big fan of Manifest. I hate watch it and love it at the same time. I didn't talk about the trailer. The trailer's been out for a while. Unless the new trailer, I mean, we'd seen what they were doing, but I'm excited. Manifest is the show I love to hate, and I love it. Stub McShave says, they say that it's Republic ships in young Andor. It probably takes place 15 to 20 years before the main Andor story, so it would be before the Empire. No, it takes place 5 years before the Battle of Yavin. So it takes place 5 years before A New Hope. BBY, 5 BBY. So, that's where it's at. Darth Plato says, resent due to your refresh. Don't you love that beaten up droid in Andor? The little guy reminds me of Bob from The Black Hole. Yes, he's like old Bob that was Slim Pickens, doing the voice of old Bob in The Black Hole, 1979's The Black Hole. He totally looks like old Bob. He's even shaped like old Bob.
Yeah, he does.
And
he does.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody that is not by accident. Old Bob from The Black Hole.
Even with the tilt of Bob's head.
The tilt and the ridges. He's totally old Bob.
Yep.
Totally old Bob.
He is. He is.
Stubble McShave says Jamie Foxx is not taken seriously as an actor because he has a music career. Jennifer Lopez and Lady Gaga will never be taken as serious as the other actors either. The perception is that they are not as focused as other actors who seem committed to one craft. Stubble, I have to say you're probably right about that, but because comedians suffer from that as well. I mean, Robin Williams was an incredibly deft, dramatic performer. Look at his performance in Dead Poets Society or Good Will Hunting. And he was a comedian, and he finally got what he deserved in terms of recognition. But, I think that Jamie Foxx, he's a rapper and an actor and a party guy and a bon vivant and all that. But it doesn't change the fact that the man is an incredible actor, and he is very, very quick on his feet. So, yeah.
Very much. He just, I think it's, to say that, actors and singers who act or singers who become actors aren't, really taken seriously. I mean, we had Barbra Streisand back in the day who was taken very seriously, when she made the conversion.
Yep.
I think it's, again, and who knows, it might even be personal preference with Jamie Foxx, that he just chooses certain films that he wants to portray. Like, he might have been like, I've been there, done that. Or there might be even certain films that he wants to take on, based on his own personal preference and as far as how he feels the narrative should be pushed. I mean, he might be doing this in a sense that he wants more characters that relate towards him. There's so many different scenarios and how it could be pitched, or who knows, he could have gotten roles that he just turned down because he just didn't want. Just for him. It could have been like, if there's certain films that might have been Academy Award winning, and he could have actually put on a very, an incredible Academy Award winning performance, but he just probably turned it down and said, I just, I'm in a certain space right now where I don't need that, or I don't want that, and I don't want to chase that. Who knows? But we know that he's capable of doing it. You know what I mean? We know he's well capable.
No, it's true. It's funny. I don't know if you guys know who Ruben Blades is, but he's a musician, activist, comedian. That guy is a fucking great actor. And he was in, if you guys, now this is a movie that's very divisive amongst people. I love it. Ridley Scott's The Counselor. If you have not seen The Counselor, it is a diabolical film. and I love it. And by the way, you need to take a shower after you watch it, and you should watch the extended version. Ruben Blades, I thought he deserved an Oscar for this, but he's such a great actor. He's a Latino guy, and his performance in The Counselor, Michael Fassbender calls him to try and save the life of his love, and Ruben Blades has to explain why that isn't going to happen. And it's one of the greatest monologues ever given by any actor ever. And he deserved an Academy Award. And, again, I think there is a prejudice against actors who deliver great performances that don't make acting their lifelong, profession. Because everyone thinks, oh, acting is so hard. But you know what's funny about musicians and comedians? They are performers. They're getting up on stage, and I mean, okay, maybe you're not Laurence Olivier, but if you think Dave Chappelle, watch his sketch show. I mean, you think Dave Chappelle's not a great fucking actor? I mean, he was in, what was that movie, the pot smoking movie, not High Times, but How High? Not a great movie. Maybe Dave Chappelle's acting skills were not showcased. One day, if I had a great dramatic role for, I don't know, a black man going through some kind of, I don't know, awakening in his life that I needed a great dramatic actor, I would take a chance on Dave Chappelle, because that guy can tell a story. He can tell a story. And you look at the Chappelle Show, you look at, one of my favorite things I've ever seen is Charlie Murphy's True Hollywood Stories about Prince.
Yeah.
And Dave Chappelle.
Oh my God. But you know what? Even the story they told about Prince, we discovered that it was true. Like half the stuff was true that he was a basketball player and
it was all true. Listen to Jimmy Fallon. Listen to Jimmy Fallon tell the story about how Prince called him up and wanted to play ping pong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I spent $2,500 on a Prince 6-scale figure. Prince is one of my favorite people in the whole world. I never met him. I saw him perform live about 30 times. But the Charlie Murphy True Hollywood Stories, between the Rick James and the Prince story, come on.
Well, I think Jamie Foxx, after he starred in Ray, which was a movie that only he could really perform, and at a point where you forgot you were watching Jamie Foxx, you're now watching. You thought you were watching Ray Charles, but now it's actually Jamie Foxx who was doing it. I don't think there could have been anybody else who could have done that role to that level of perfection, to where you forget that it's Jamie Foxx. It was hard, to even do that, and that's a role he played almost 20 years ago. It's hard to find something of that level. There aren't necessarily movies being made like that anymore, and to get something like that, to play a musician and to be nearly perfect in imitating that musician, it's very, very rare. But Jennifer Lopez had a very similar experience when she played Selena, where she imitated her, and there were points in the film where you forget it's Jennifer Lopez who's on the stage as that performer. So there may be some truth to these incredibly talented people. It used to be Hollywood wanted people who could sing and dance and act, but I guess that's changed quite a bit,
Well, it's so weird, because this weird prejudice that people have in terms of profession and who did what and who deserves what. I mean, if you think about it, like when Lady Gaga was in A Star Is Born, she was terrific in that movie. I loved her in House of Gucci. I mean, I understand her accent was all over the place, but she's actually Italian. So,
I love that.
I loved it too. And you look at a lot of these people and what they've done. I mean, to me, I just think anybody who gets up on stage and performs, whether you're a comedian doing sketch comedy, whether you're a musician, working a crowd. I mean, Jennifer Lopez, when she was in Out of Sight, that Steven Soderbergh directed with George Clooney, stellar performance. I mean, she was amazing. She was.
I also like Gaga in American Horror Story Hotel. I don't know if you saw her in that.
Yeah,
that was remarkable. That was a remarkable performance.
By the way, I started watching, speaking of American Horror Story meets American Crime Story, the Dahmer series on
I heard
Netflix
his
is,
voice
oh my
before,
God,
and
dude.
everybody saying that he, you know, pretty much as an. I mean, we already knew that. I keep forgetting his name. What is his name? The actor.
Skarsgård or not? No, he's all right, I'll
Evan
look it up.
Peters,
Evan Peters.
who's
Evan
playing, yeah,
Peters.
our
Range.
Quicksilver.
Range. He is such a great actor, bro.
He's such a great actor, and I was finally happy. You know, Ralph Boner is going to be proven to be the actual Quicksilver one day. But he's amazing, and by the way, before everybody reads or watches Dahmer, I was watching an interview with Evan Peters, and he said that he watched. There's an interview that Stone Phillips does with Jeffrey Dahmer that I had never seen, and Evan Peters said I watched that interview over and over again. It is fucking chilling because Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't just a serial killer. His fantasies were some of the most insane, fucked up shit ever. And what he did was insane. And when you watch him talk, the way he dispassionately talks, I mean, it's oh man, hardcore. So go watch the Stone. It's on YouTube. Stone Phillips, Jeffrey Dahmer. It's like a half an hour long, and his dad is sitting next to him the whole time. It's you can't make this shit up. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So let's see what else. Darth Plato says, "What about a Luke series? If they can show a series where Kenobi met Darth Vader before Star Wars, why not a series where Luke meets Vader between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi?"
Something to think about.
Thing is that you can't. You have to deep fake Mark Hamill. I have to say, one of the things I really hated about Boba Fett was I hated the portrayal of Luke. I hated the way they wrote this like generic, half Yoda, half Luke Skywalker spouting platitudes to Grogu. I did not believe the Luke as he was portrayed in Boba Fett.
It would be hard to basically deep fake the whole way through a show.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Because the thing is, you're deep faking it, and you also have to match, you know, Mark Hamill's tone. And that's why it was despairingly done throughout the Book of Boba, because there were certain ways you can do it where it was believable and that it wasn't, you know, solely focused on complete dialogue. You know what I mean? I think that, and then on top of that, from what they're saying is that he may make an appearance in Ahsoka. So if, as an appearing character, as a side character, yeah. But as a main show, I don't know. I love, and everybody knows I love Luke. You know, I am a super Luke Skywalker fan. But you know what? It's like Jordan leaving while he loves something. He left the game of basketball while he loved it. He went out on his own terms, but while he loved it, instead of staying and growing to hate it. And that's where I'm at with Luke. I think that the more you see him, like the more I might hate the simple fact that they just keep dipping back in that well. You know, as a side character, I would appreciate that and understand it, but I just don't want to see too much more. You know what I mean? I think I'm at that point where I am almost damn near, I'm letting go of the Skywalker trilogy. I have to, even though I love it, and I love, you know, just Star Wars for what it gives me, but I'm talking about going forward. I always have those films. If I want to basically watch Luke, I could watch, you know, A New Hope, Empire, you know, Jedi. I can watch, you know, certain things that I see from there, but to continue on with it, maybe as an entry into different shows, I can get that. I can settle for that. You know, as a side character in shows, yeah. But as a main character, yeah, I just don't know. I don't want them to fuck it up, put it that way. I just don't want them to fuck it up. And I know that there's potential that they could. And I don't want them to fuck it up.
Well, Robert, there's a super chat. I don't know if you read it already, from Cardinal Sin. He has
No, read it.
He's got a 2-year member milestone. 2 years, Robert. as a member of the PGS. So thank you so much for being a member, Cardinal Sin. You have been such a great member here in the PGS. And he also has a $5 super chat, that says, Laser Bob, always good to see you, as well as your eminent co-hosts. What are you doing for Halloween this year? Any decorations on the new house?
Oh, that's a good question. Here's the funny thing: we live on we live in a residential neighborhood, but our house is on this weird private lane, so no one can see our house. And our house is like, even if you drive into our driveway where you can park like 40 cars, you can't see our house. And I said to Elizabeth, I'm like, because we like carving pumpkins, Halloween's big here, but there's nothing we can do. So we have to kind of go out into the street, and we're probably going to put up some kind of decorations. It's funny. I was at Home Depot. I had to pick up some pipe. And I was at Home Depot, and they have all these dope Halloween decorations, like full-size Jack Skellingtons and giant like dragons and shit. And I'm like, this is awesome. And I'm like, because we've got like, you can plug stuff in outside, and you've been here. You've seen how our whole we have a whole opening. You have to go up to our house, and it's you can't see it from the street. But on the edge of where you come in, we're right on the street. And I want to get some big Halloween thing, like if it's a belching dragon with smoke and eyes or whatever. And the funny thing is we literally live across the street from a doctor and his wife, and they have 8 kids.
Oh, wow.
And they have like a whole encampment. It's like gigantic, and they're always having a good time over there. And I think if we put something big up on, like where we lived in Pasadena, because this place is more family oriented. I almost want to build like big arrows that point, come get candy, children. But then that might be too weird. I don't know. But I mean, Halloween is Elizabeth and we love Halloween. So
there's one more super chat. I wasn't sure if you got this one as well. Steven sent it to me, and Tom sent me the other one. But for this one, it's from Glenn Mayer, who sends a $5 super chat from New Zealand. $5 from New Zealand. Thank you. He says,
Glenn Mark. Was it Glenn Mark? Glenn Mark.
Oh, yes, that's right. Glenn Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you. He says, loving Andor, already a different show as we are following the lawbreaker and his story. We are going to bat for the murderer.
Well, it's interesting, meaning Andor straight up shot a dude in the fucking head in the opening sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Shot a dude in the head. I mean, if something, shot a dude in the head. So, I agree. It's a different kind of a show. It's a very
Definitely different.
Well, let me. Here. Joe Hemphill, like Shirley Hemphill from What's Happening. Joe Hemphill says, Rob, and Lael. People are like, what do you mean? What's happening? I'm so old. Love you, mofo's. For each, what is your favorite alcoholic drink?
Oh boy. Well, mine, I like Scrumpy Jack, hard cider. I love hard cider, but I like it dry. But I also like pomegranate martinis.
Ooh, I like that. Lael, do you drink?
I don't drink.
You don't drink. Did you ever drink?
Nope.
Never been a drinker. So what is your, if it's non-alcoholic, what's your favorite drink? What is your favorite liquid to put in your mouth? I have to tell you, to be quite honest, my favorite drink is sparkling water. I am a fiend for Pellegrino that comes in glass bottles. That is my absolute favorite drink of all time. Now,
you're my mom. That's my mom. Same thing for her.
Give me that bottle of. I mean, yeah, there you go. I mean, when there was a time when for about a year I wasn't drinking when I was doing Robservations, and I went through so much Pellegrino, so much. Then I started drinking
Yeah.
again. But I'm reaching the point where I think I'm at the point where somebody sent me an email. They said, Rob, we're worried about you. I think they were comparing me to John Schnapp, and they were worried about my health. And they're like, you're beginning to look like an old alcoholic lesbian. And I was like, what's wrong with lesbians? It's being cheeky. And but they're right. I mean, as you get older, and there was a time when a couple years back I lost like 40 pounds. And I think it's important. So I'm getting to that point where, because sometimes I would stop drinking for like a year. I'm at that point where I'm kind of done. And then you just start working out more. I mean, I got the 3 dogs, and you walk the dogs. You just change it up. So you eat better. I've been slacking off. It's time to go work out. No, because when you work out, you don't drink at all. I mean, it's just part of the course. There's no. So I'm at that point where because I want something new, and then I want to go back to my. I miss those cold, as we go into winter. I can't wait to just have those giant glass bottles of just really cold Pellegrino. I don't have a refrigerator in here. I'm going to put one in here, and I'm just going to stock it with Pellegrino. That's it. That's what I want.
In the Robservatory.
Yeah, in the Robservatory.
Right.
Yeah, so I can just grab it. I don't know what happened. Look,
have it there in front of you. You're good to go.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I want. And by the way, just became AI art. We talked about that earlier. But
I'm sorry, became what?
You became AI art. If you were looking at the signal that we're getting, you've been.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You've been scrambled, but it looks awesome. That's like if I wrote Midnight Metal, AI art would give me this back. So
Lady.
Well, listen.
Like
it's time that I've kept you on for 3 hours. Now is the time when I'm going to let you go. It's 3:00 in the morning, and you know what? I might have a special guest waiting in the wings. We shall see. So without having to come back, we have your show on this channel, 3:00 Monday. Yes.
Yes. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, ladies of the PGS, and of course tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. You can find me on Positive Fandom for my Sunday brunch show, where we do all the parlay in the fandom. If you are creators, come by. We will promote your shows and everything that you do on there, and also talk about all the stuff we enjoy. I'm also going to be streaming on either Say What or Uncivilized Scoundrels on the 1/6 Scale Man Network, either on Wednesday or Thursday.
Both days.
And yes, and also on Thursdays you can find me streaming with Lorraine Creole on our show Toxic Male Appreciation. On Fridays at 12 p.m. Eastern, you can find me streaming on Midnight's Edge in the Morning with Tom and Andre, and you can always find me here on this show, Midnight Musings, here on the PGS.
Well, you look like AI art, but it's awesome. Now, Mr. Rockwell, Mr. 1/6 Scale Man, I mean, one of my favorite things since the pandemic has been watching your channel grow and evolve, and all the stuff you're doing for the community. I think you've built a really great community around yourself, and most importantly, around 6 scale action figures, which we all love. God damn,
we love them, bro.
So good.
We love them, man.
So where can people find you?
You can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Definitely, we are growing. We are on the road to 4,000 subscribers.
Wow.
But I'm actually at 3. We're at 3.70, I think, right now. I think we're trying to get there. Like I can't wait to get to 4,000. We'll be there shortly. Tomorrow, you can actually catch me on Collectors Lounge International. We'll be discussing with international collectors as well. So it's always a good show at 12:00 p.m. Eastern Time. You can also find me on Mondays at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. For Comic Book Talk with Friends. This Monday will be whether or not we should continue with She-Hulk. You know what I mean? So that's going to be basically the narrative there because there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah. Oh,
There's
we didn't
definitely
talk
a lot
about
to
that.
talk about. Yeah. Wednesday, of course, is going to be like has mentioned. Say What Wednesday, which we'll be talking about everything in the collecting world. And then Thursday we do have Uncivilized Scoundrels, where we'll be talking about episode 4 of Andor. And then we have Mega Flex Friday, where we actually flex with you, the viewers, get a chance to flex your collection. So we love that. We love having that particular show. And yeah, full circle. So definitely you can find me at 16 Scale Man YouTube channel on YouTube. Also 16 Scale Man 2099 on Instagram as well as Twitter. So you can find me there as well. So yeah.
And Lael, are you still doing the Halloween drive for costumes?
Yes. So we are basically still going up until the 1st of October. That's when it ends. But we are basically doing the Halloween initiative. So all super chats donations go towards contributing towards getting kids costumes for Halloween. So we've been going each weekend getting costumes. We have it on standby to give to the kids. Each donation, once you donate, your name goes on the costume as well to give to the child so they know where it came from. So it's a lot going into that. Again, it's just, for underprivileged children within the neighborhood. That's with the underprivileged children dealing with, women's shelters, also Stilton Elementary School within the area, kids who can't really afford to get costumes, but want to be a part of the festivities. So I am myself. All proceeds that I've gotten from Super Chats goes towards this. Near and dear to my heart. I do it every year. If it's not for Halloween, it's for Christmas. Normally we do it for Christmas, but this year we're going to do it for Halloween and Christmas. So yes, that's something that we're doing right now for underprivileged children who want to imaginate. They want to dream. They want to have imagination, and they want to be a part of something that's been a legacy here for so many years. So I want to provide that opportunity for them. So yes, thank you very much. It's the Halloween initiative. So definitely check that out.
That's really cool. Maybe we should do something about that. Do a stream, dedicated to that.
Yeah,
maybe next week or something, where we just do a stream where everything generated by the channel goes because you can set it up so super chats and tips go right into a charity.
Yeah, man, definitely.
So we should do that.
Amazing.
Well,
be amazing.
Mmmm and Lael, once again, a fine episode of Midnight Musings. I will let you go. So it was so funny. Mm's like, we're not going to go for 4 or 5 hours tonight, are we? No, we're not. And we will be back next week. I mean, there's going to be more to talk about. House of the Dragon takes a big 10-year time jump. Andor, we're going to meet Mon Mothma. Remember, Manuel Bothans died to bring us this information. Everyone thinks that it was many Bothans, but look up Manuel Bothans and see who he was designed after. Just look it up. Look it up on Wikipedia. Just saying.
Okay,
but I will say goodbye to both of you. Thank you all for being here. We are going to continue on Midnight Musings. I don't know. Perhaps it's not going to be as crazy as last time, but I will see you both next week.
See you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies, I don't know if Sonny Dominguez is going to come back on the show this weekend. I want to shout out to Sonny. I want to thank him for some very amusing. I think last week's late night Midnight Musings was one for the record books. To be honest, if you were there, you'll know what I was talking about. I think I've got a guest coming on, somebody who I really, really like, and I don't know where. I want to make sure that he has, if he's out there looking, hang on, you should have your ability to come on if you're there. Let me disconnect and come back and reconnect. I don't know if he's here. But if he is, he'll come on. If not, I'll bring him on shortly. And you know him, you love him. He's a great guy. So we'll bring him on if he's there. Now, for those of you who are channel members, we have not had one in a while. I've been remiss. I've been too busy, crazy enough. We have a member chat tomorrow. So if you are a member of this channel at any level, all members, however you support the channel as a member, We are having tomorrow at 1 p.m. after Let's Get Physical Media, me and Dieter Bastian talking about the week's physical media releases. We have member chats. And member chats are great, where anybody who's a member of the channel can join. And Roberto Suarez hosts them. And we just chat. Usually I'm good for 3 or 4 hours. And we just hang out. And you can ask me anything. You hang out with other members. And the way we do it is everyone gets about 10 minutes to talk and say whatever they want. And we go through whoever shows up, whoever wants to speak. Just raise your hand. So if you're a member of this channel, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time, we have a member chat, which is fun. They're really, really good. Again, I'm always astounded by the members here. You guys are great, and I really appreciate that you support the channel, and it's a lot of fun. These member chats are great. It's really terrific. So remember, tomorrow at 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Oh my God, I can't believe the sexy that just popped up into my feed, and I can't wait to share the amazing sexy with you. A man that I love, a man that I haven't streamed with in a long time, a man that I saw a very controversial movie with, but we liked it. I thought it was good. You know, we saw it, and I thought people just didn't give it its proper due. But it's somebody that I've done some really great streams with, and I haven't seen him in a while. I haven't talked to him in a while, and it's great to see him, but I can't believe the sexy that he's bringing to this channel. Please welcome to Midnight Musings, Paulie, the Latino Slant himself. If you don't subscribe to his channel, what the hell are you waiting for? Go right now. Go now. Come back here. Latino Slant, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Midnight Musings. Paulie, look at you bringing the sexy back. My God. Damn, son. How are you? First of all, how are you?
I'm good. Hey.
You're very loud. You're very loud, I have to say.
Am I? I'm
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hang on, I gotta put you down. I want to put you down, put the lower third down with your proper so it's just Latino Slant, but what are you on social media? Is it LATINO _?
Yeah, Latino Slant. Yeah.
But
at
is there
Latino Slant?
Yeah, is Latino Slant, is there an underscore or is it just Latino Slant?
Let me check Twitter, but
So I want to put it on, so I'm going to put your lower third so people can go follow you.
it's at Latino _ Slant.
Got
Okay.
it. I thought it was an underscore. So I'm going to put it, you'll be able to see it on the live chat. There it is. And hang on, let me just put it on. Let me get it there. And of course, it's not there because I didn't do it right. Didn't do it right the first time. But it's going to be. Just hold on a minute. I just need to pull up your lower third, and then here, watch this. Oh, it's right there. Now, Paulie, Latino Slant. So now, if you look at the live feed, you can see that your name is correct. Now, everybody, go there, follow him on Twitter. So, how have you been, buddy?
I've been well. You know, it's been a crazy time. I think celebrating the birthday as we get older, it just brings up a lot of things. So it's been quite a week.
Oh no! Happy birthday!
Thanks,
now,
man.
Are you like an actor that won't say how old you are? Should I not ask that? Is that a bad question to ask?
Don't ask Romy that. You can ask me that. I turned 52.
All right. Well, that's 10 years away from the answer to life, the universe, and everything, which is 42. So, but you look good, man. You look good.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, I was just lounging, so I was watching movies, and then I was done with the film, and so I started listening to you guys, getting ready to go to bed, and then I was like, yeah, come on.
I was like, I had to ask you. I mean, I saw you in the live chat. I'm like, I haven't seen you in a while. I mean, you know, you're one of my favorite people on YouTube. We did a lot of during the pandemic. I mean, the raising money for the Latino theater in LA. We did some of the greatest Some of my favorite. I mean, you and when we were when we it was we started talking. Tom from Midnight's Edge and you and I don't remember how, randomly started talking about Blood In, Blood Out. And you guys told me that you were in the process of putting together a Blood In, Blood Out reunion. And I was like, what the fuck? Because it was one of the things I find interesting about fandom is there are certain things, like outlying things, that there's a small but passionate minority that people love these things. And Blood In, Blood Out, Taylor Hackford's Blood In, Blood Out, is one of those things. It's a movie I dearly, dearly love. And no one ever talks about it, but when you find people that know the movie, they're as equally passionate as you are about it. And I found out you and Tom, you're part of the Blood In, Blood Out tribe.
Yeah, someone else recently brought it up. It was one of their favorite movies, and it totally shocked me. Like me, like a Chris Gore or somebody else. The fact that they even know about the movie, like I'm like, dude, you got to see what we did last year. But yeah, we weren't even on our channels. I think we were on someone else's channel when we talked about it.
It might have been Midnight's. Oh yeah, right. We were on something. No,
I think it was like on Rookie or something.
When we first started talking, and I couldn't. And you guys told me you were putting together. You'd already put this in motion.
Right.
You guys had already.
You were like, "Hey, let's hit up the director."
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, sure.
And so.
The
So the director of Blood In, Blood Out is Taylor Hackford, who directed Officer and a Gentleman. He directed The Devil's Advocate. I think he directed Selena, right? The movie.
That was Gregory Nava.
Yeah. Gregory.
He produced and helped get La Bamba made.
That's what it was. Yes, he produced La Bamba. He didn't direct La Bamba.
Luis Valdez.
Oh, that's right, Luis Valdez. Yeah, that's what it was. La Bamba. I did not know Taylor Hackford. I knew somebody I thought might know him.
Okay.
And so I called, and who's a former studio executive, who's a movie producer, and I randomly called him up and I said, he's a really great guy I've known for years. And I go, hey man, I tried to explain. I said, we're going to raise money for the Latino theater in LA. They're doing a thing, and I bet it'd be cool. And then suddenly he writes me back and he goes, here's Taylor Hackford's assistant's information. And I'm like, wow, like literally and I'm like, okay. And I wrote to his assistant, and, he wrote me back and said, Mr. Hackford's very interested. And even I was like, well, okay, just if you came on for a couple, like 10 minutes, dude, not only did he like hang out for hours, but he's married to Dame Helen Mirren. And she's like, hi, boys.
Hi, boys.
I mean,
Helen Mirren from back in the 60s and 70s. Helen Mirren.
Oh my God. I mean, but what was cool was that whole cast. What a great, like you and Tom put that together. Midnight's Edge, Latino Slant. That was all you guys putting. I just was like, maybe we can get the director.
Recently, what's great about that is that you use it as a jumping board. So then it's like, I've had Eddie Almost back on.
You know what? I saw that was a couple of weeks ago, and we had him on for Stand and Deliver.
And then so his and you say something about assistants, like if you get word of the wise guys, if you guys are trying to book big actors or I don't know what, getting good with their assistants.
Oh yeah, but they're the first line of defense. I mean,
they're the first line.
And here's the thing, I mean, everyone's knows bullshit. I mean, everybody but what is really interesting, like raising money for the Latino theater, what I found fascinating about the Blood In, Blood Out, like Benjamin Bratt spoke, like all of these Latino actors in LA, they all came through that theater.
Right. The Latino Theater Company and Jesse Borrego, Ben Bratt, Kiki Castillo, Enrique Castillo, the great Enrique Castillo. He helped start it. And we raised over $7,000. That like funded their summer program last year.
Yeah, I mean,
do it again. Yeah.
How cool is that? I mean, and what was really interesting, what I was saying this before, early
Yeah.
on is that during the pandemic, a lot of this burgeoning YouTube community, we were all talking to each other. You know, we were all being on each other's shows and doing all kinds of things. And you know, my mom is still talking about how the pandemic was so terrible for everybody. I'm like, was it? I try and explain. I'm like, Mom,
we finally got it in June.
Yep. Oh, me too. I had avoided COVID.
Right?
I had it in May, and then Elizabeth's daughter comes back from her father's wedding in back east, and she comes back with COVID.
But
luckily,
everyone's okay though, obviously.
Oh yeah, we were all vaxxed and stuff. But
Good.
it's so funny. During the pandemic, we all avoided it.
Right.
And then
we got. Okay, we're not gonna get it.
Yeah, and then I mean, my when I was living in Pasadena, our grocery store, they were so great. I mean, there were people outside and hand sanitizer, and for 2 years, no problem.
Right.
And then, of course, somebody travels to the East Coast, and now it's like, oh, you got it. But it was fine because I'd been boosted and vaxxed and all that. It felt like a cold. But what I did find interesting about it was how quickly it came on.
Oh.
When I got it, it was it felt like it was a day, and I could feel my body just dealing with it. I've never had an illness where I felt other than food poisoning. I don't count that, but I could feel it coming on, and it was some serious shit. I'm like, wow, this is really interesting.
Yeah, mine was like, you know, I don't want to get too bogged down with your chat on this, but mine was like major body fatigue and brain fatigue for several days. And some of my side hustles that I physically train people.
Yeah, you're a trainer.
I couldn't do it for almost a month, man.
Right.
I was out.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well,
but anyways, the positive is, and I know that's what you're talking about, is that we got to all meet each other.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was a lot of people talk about now how a lot of YouTube channels are going negative or monetizing clicks, and I'm like, yeah, but you know what? They're not really. If something isn't good, you can't get mad about them. All of these shows, everybody who's making TV shows and all that are looking to make a profit, and
it's a business.
You now have a fan base of people that won't accept things that are bad, and when you're being given things that are bad, that are based on things that used to be good, or that were universally considered to be good, it's frustrating. And so
you're totally changing their childhood,
right?
Memories.
Yeah,
and like Namor. I mean, there's so many examples right now, right?
Well, but here's the thing about that. Here's what I find interesting about Namor. So you have Disney, who is dealing with the fact that Aquaman beat him to the punch. There was an Aquaman before Namor, and obviously Aquaman and Namor both are very similar characters. So
basically,
yeah. And so Disney's the MCU is in an interesting position. What do? We can't just introduce another character that's just like Aquaman. And I think what they've done now, I mean, to delve into the Aztec, that area of the world, you know, Aztec, Mayan, all that religious iconography, the cultural iconography. I think that's pretty interesting. However, I'm wondering, do I believe those people are seafaring people? You know, we've got that's a bit of a stretch for me. I'm like, you know, because Atlantis was Greco-Roman, that whole idea, but I get what they're trying to do, and I'm curious to see how they're going to do it. I thought they would have gone an Asian route, like hired a really you know, and the whole thing about, like, we saw the cover of Empire magazine with which, you know, with Namor.
I mean, this is how long we haven't hung out, dude. Congratulations on your Campia work, bro. I look almost every day.
Well, thank you. I mean, you know, John brought me back.
I'm proud of you, man.
We're having the channel's exploding. We're having you know what I have to say, that the whole crew that John's put together, Chris, Aaron, Amy, Ray, and Jonathan Voico, I am having so much fun on that show. It's
That's what it's all about.
It's hilarious. Working with them is hilarious. And I think, it's funny because John's kind of the straight man amongst all of us. He's the buttoned up. He wants all the structure.
Yeah.
But he's hired a bunch of people that are just, dude, on Friday's show, this past Friday, I haven't laughed that hard. I literally lost control of my senses. Amy's sitting next to me. We were talking about She-Hulk and sex and all that, and she made a joke that I lost. We were talking about Don't Worry, Darling. I lost it. And it's funny because as an old white cis male hanging out with a young crew and being able, because if I say some of the shit they say, I'd get canceled. But when they say things, my God, do I laugh. And we're all kind of simpatico, because I always thought, why can't people have a body sense of humor? I mean, I don't mean like body. I mean BAW, body. I've missed that. And boy, the crew that John put together, they're smart, they're funny, and I really love working with them. And I'm just having a good time. I mean,
that's great, dude.
I would like to do more. I don't like the fact that I want to bring my channel back up where I'm doing. It's just, I have to say, I do get exhausted. And when I come home, I'm doing 2 shows a day. I have to sleep because I'm
you're doing 2 shows a day. That's right.
Yeah, we do 2 shows. I'd like to come back and do a show here, but by the time I come back, it's just because the commute's a little long, and I get back here, and that late afternoon commute is brutal. But
just make sure you're stretching, bro. Make sure you're taking care of that back.
Well,
that lower back.
No, I'll tell you. I mean, one of the things that I enjoyed is I walk the dogs. And walking the dogs, these really 3 dogs, is a chore.
Good.
So
yeah,
I feel like I'm. Yes, come on, Tallulah. I feel like I'm like. She's like looking at me, going, "You're talking about." I said the word walk, and she's barking.
Oh yeah.
No walk for you. No.
They're smart. They're so smart.
They're so smart. And now we have 3 dogs, and it's just, and they're all big. They're big dogs. But yeah, I mean.
But you were talking about Namor, right?
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right, is because the timing of not only did DC beat him to the punch, they did it with Momoa. Right. And it's like, dude, we're screwed. We have to go a total different direction.
Yep.
It can't even be Asian, because it's almost like Momoa's got those Asian eyebrows. He's got that Samoa Pacific Islander look. It's beautiful, So yeah, it's going to be really interesting, because it's not Atlantis. It's not Atlantis anymore.
Right.
I mean, besides the name Namor and him having winged feet, we don't know if he's a mutant yet. Everything's changed. Everything's changed. They're Talocons now. They're not Aztecs, or it's all. It's like Wakanda. It's like made up. I'm calling it messy American.
Instead of Mesoamerican, dude. Can I
messy.
borrow that? Messy American.
Yes, please.
That's
because that headpiece was a big mess. I mean, it looks cool, but I don't know if it's gonna work, man.
Well, when you see in the trailer, like his throne is sitting in the jaws of a megalodon shark.
That was sick. Yeah.
And here's what I am interested in. Like, I find it interesting that in the MCU you have these 2 emergent societies that have been secret. Wakanda was secret. Now you have the what is it?
Telecon.
The Telecon Society. I'm all for it. Where did the Mayans go? Where the Telecons? They moved underwater. Tallulah, you got to stop.
If you listen to Tenoch's interviews in Spanish, he slips out a lot. He's been slipping out a lot of information.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I've been doing a couple videos on it, and one of the things is that there's gonna be a little bit of a society, message in there with Coogler in brown and black people.
Right.
but at the end, we're gonna realize we got more in common, that type of thing. I hope they don't make it too kumbaya. I mean, actually, Namor shouldn't be anyone's friend.
No, he should flood. I mean, in the comics, he flooded Wakanda.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. Coogler, I trust Coogler. He's so talented. It's just it's a big undertaking.
Yeah, I mean, look, I find this movie more interesting than with Chadwick Boseman passing and Wakanda. Black Panther was one of the biggest Marvel films. They're making a sequel. This movie has a lot of heavy lifting to do, and I'm really curious to see how they're going to do it. And while I haven't been the biggest fan, like I've never actively disliked a Marvel movie until I saw Thor: Love and Thunder.
See, I didn't see it. I won't see it.
It's not. I mean, it's competently made and all that. Everyone delivers a great performance. It's off. It's completely off the rails. It's a silly. It was just silly. I found it painful to sit through. And
After Doctor Strange 2, I was dumb, bro.
Yeah, I mean, and that was such a light.
Yeah.
And I look, I even said, God, you guys, I got 3 dogs here. Why are you all attacking me late at night? I fed you.
Out.
I mean, look at Sebastian is.
Oh, Sebastian.
Sebastian, hey, buddy, you want to look at the camera? Can you look at the camera? Here, look right there, buddy. There he is.
See. Oh, that's a cutie. That's a cutie boy.
He's a purebred. You're a purebred poodle, buddy.
Oh my God,
give me
so
a kiss,
cute.
baby. Yeah. Oh,
This is
he is a boy. He is the sweetest dog. He is so sweet. He doesn't understand that the world is a dark place. He really doesn't.
It's a dark world in Andor.
He is the sweetest dog in the world, and it's funny. I never was a dog person growing up. Now I have 3 big dogs. And
Same.
They have. Don't. That's my keyboard, buddy. They are amazing animals. And
so she's out of town. She's out of town for the weekend. So my goal is whenever she's out with the dogs, as long as she comes back and they're still alive, I've done a good job. I always have that anxiety, Rob, that when she leaves, I'm like, okay.
Dude, I don't even know why I have 3 giant dogs. Between Gilbert,
baby.
who's huge,
Gilbert,
and Sebastian. Like here,
hi, Gilbert.
Like look at this, and Sebastian. I mean, okay, here, Gilbert, come here, buddy. You want to come up here? You got to come up. Here you go. There you go, buddy. Yeah.
Oh my God!
Look at this guy. Come on,
oh my
dude.
God! Half Wookiee.
I mean, look at this. He's like a
gorgeous.
Wampa. I mean,
He's
dude,
so gorgeous.
he is the smartest. He is a Targaryen, but he's a good Targaryen, aren't you, Gilly? You're a good Targaryen. You want another? Okay, that's all you get, buddy. That's all you get. I know. Yeah, dude. He's such a good boy.
Oh, yeah,
and
man.
he's like the elder statesman. He's going to be 5 years old in November.
Okay.
It's crazy. So we've got Gilbert is the oldest. Tallulah is a year younger, and then Sebastian is a year younger. Sebastian will be 10 months on October 20th.
So yeah, our little ones are pretty young still. Bandito is 2, and then Mr. Butters is like 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's crazy. These chicks, man, they foist these dogs on us, and it's like,
yeah. You know, I started dating Romy. She's like, you're a dog person, right? I'm like, oh yeah, sure. I don't know what I was doing. Hey, what am I gonna say no to Romy?
I mean, I've always loved dogs. I never owned one.
Right.
And then what was funny, I grew up in a cat household. My mom's a crazy cat lady, and I love cats. I love animals, and I've said to people have said to me, guys, come on, we're alive. I mean, now they want attention. People have asked me, they're like, you really like animals a lot, and they're surprised by that. And I go, I like animals, but part of the reason I like animals is they're the closest I'm ever going to get to meeting alien life.
No.
And like in my mind, I do think like communicating with dogs, and they communicate, and cats, all animals communicate in some way, shape, or form. And when you develop a bond with them, I'm like, it's science fiction, man. I've met an alien species, and we can talk to each other. if I have to give them treats to make them do things, that's communicating. You know,
Yep.
they come in if they're hungry and they haven't been fed, they come here and bark at me, but because they know to come down here and do that. Gilbert, I know I don't know what more you want. I don't have any more treats.
They're such good boys. Yeah, man, I'm totally with you on that. I just sometimes zone out just watching Bandit, you know, just like, who is this creature? You know?
Well, yeah, and the thing is, it's funny to watch them think, because like look, like here comes Sebastian. He loves to just crawl up. Like I don't even know, where did you get the idea that you could do this, Sebastian? And he needs. I mean, this guy, he can barely see. You need to be groomed, dude. We gotta groom you, buddy. But,
I mean, mine are passed out in the other room, or else I'd bring him in.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they never let me leave.
Back room, like you have a separate place now, right?
Well, for these dogs are they never want to be separated from us ever.
No, but like, don't you physically like your studios?
Oh yeah.
Apart from the house.
Yes, I'm in the garage. The Robservatory is a separate building, so you have to like go down the hill in the backyard and come out and around by the trees, and they like coming out here. They just like hanging out, and they don't like, if I'm here in the house, it's a parade. They even line up by size, and they follow me everywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're hilarious. I mean, they are hilarious. Like, but they haven't, like, Sebastian just grabbed the his paw is in the, there he goes. They have no regard for anything. Sebastian, Tallulah, they're on top of each other all the time. They're hilarious. But anyway, so let's get back to this. I want to talk about more about Namor. Gilbert.
Yeah,
what's
sure.
your problem, buddy? So now, how do you feel about making Namor this kind of a character?
I'm torn, you know. I won't know until it's done. Until there's, you know, like I said, I like Coogler's work a lot. Fruitvale Station, the Kree movies, Black Panther. I mean, you know, and he's from Oakland.
Right.
He's got a good feel for people, like for characters, and they're very fleshed out. And he's a fan of Tenoch Huerta's work. Like he loved him in Narcos, and I knew that, because I'm like, how did they pick Tenoch out of all these actors? They must have seen him in Narcos, because everyone was like, who is this actor? I'm like, dude, Tenoch was a psychopath menace. I mean, his real life character, just recently got arrested. Like, they finally nabbed this drug dealer, like this guy who created, you know, it's a real dude. He was amazing in that season with Diego Luna. So I think so there's a lot of good things going. You know, got Coogler and his possible vision, if it's not too messed up. You know, I don't know how much Feige has say in it.
Oh, I think a lot. He probably has a lot to say, because they're introducing a whole new. I mean, and Namor is a big character in the MCU. He's a mutant, right? You know, he's part of the Illuminati. Mm-hmm. I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, I don't have a problem in the MCU when they depart from comic lore, because the MCU is different from the comics. I mean, they've shown that when they adapt storylines and all that. I don't have a problem, and I think that they really did have a problem with Namor, because Aquaman beat them to the punch. And if we hadn't seen James Wan's Aquaman, they might have gone for a more traditional Namor. Like, I thought going with an Asian Namor, but either way, Atlantis as a, I mean, DC has an Atlantis. I mean, even as a kid, I remember trading comic books when I was in elementary school, whether it was in my backyard or my friend's backyard. We did trade comics. All of us traded comics with each other, and we would get in these arguments about Aquaman and Namor, or Superman and the Silver Surfer, or something. And we always, even as kids, we had a problem. Like, they're both from Atlantis. They both breathe underwater. You know, what's the difference? And I think that would have been a real problem if they tried to go the traditional Namor route now. Oh, Gilly.
Right.
I mean, they really would have. So I'm gonna I'm gonna withhold judgment because of all the Phase 4 films. I think I've liked a lot of them more than other people. I don't know why Gilbert's barking. He doesn't usually bark there.
Well, yeah, we got a lot of shit for liking Shang-Chi, so I'm
We
with.
did.
I mean, still to this day, depending on what show I go on, I still get.
Which-
oh, it's the guy that likes Shang-Chi.
Yeah, which I find interesting. I mean, obviously Shang-Chi is very different than the comic iteration, which was Bruce Lee meets James Bond. I mean, that comic, Master of Kung Fu,
that
was
would've been, yeah.
was a total them trying to capitalize on two different trends that were big at the movies: Asian martial arts films, and James Bond.
At the height, Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's where they're going for. Now, nowadays, and I love that Doug Mensch run, Paul Gulacy, Doug Mensch run on Master of Kung Fu. I love those comics. I loved them when I was a kid. I love them now.
They're a great look.
They're great.
Yeah.
So, but to do that now, first of all, you know, nobody knows. It's ironic to me that when they made Shang-Chi, they made a wuxia movie. They made a Chinese. They based that movie on Chinese magical kung fu fantasy films.
Very fantasy.
Which
and a romantic tinge to it as well.
I mean, that opening scene where Tony Leung and his wife, that whole it's.
I could watch Tony Leung for hours. In fact, I have.
Oh, dude! I mean, you look at him wearing his linen suits and in the mood for love. I mean, he's so great, and it's funny because I think that what was not embraced. I mean, all the people that are in that movie, like bringing in Tony Leung, that alone should give movie fans an understanding of how deep Marvel went by casting Tony Leung in his first really American role. And if you look back, I mean, that guy's like the Brando of Chinese cinema. Gilbert, please stop.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has seen Everything Everywhere All at Once. They basically, pay homage to In the Mood for Love.
Oh, yeah.
It's staggering. It's staggering, that homage, and then it's staggering that film. I mean, I rewatched the film after I saw Everything Everywhere, and it's, you fall in love with Tony all over again.
Yeah, I mean, I all the way back to even all of Wong Kar-wai's early movies, like Days of Being Wild, and the funny thing is, unfortunately, and I find this increasingly more annoying as I go along in my life, the lack of understanding or knowledge of film history amongst modern fandom is bothersome to me.
It is.
And
it is. Thank you.
And
thank you. It really pisses me off sometimes.
Yeah, and I find it, and I'm not saying that Marvel should be lauded for casting Tony Leung in this role, but on the other hand, the fact that, like, for me as a film fan, like, I remember watching John Woo's, the first time I really noticed Tony Leung was in Hard Boiled, where he was the undercover cop.
Me back.
Yeah, and then, but as you go back, and I became a Wong Kar-wai fan. I mean, I was knocked out. Like, Quentin Tarantino brought his own distribution company in the mid-'90s. Tarantino had parlayed his success, and he started a company called Rolling Thunder, where he put out, like, Switchblade Sisters, and he put out
what was that one?
Yeah, he put out Chungking Express.
Chungking Express. There was another one, Curdled.
Yes, yeah, he did that too.
Like, he loved his taste. Yeah,
and he was. But that was the first time had seen a Wong Kar-wai film, and I loved Chungking Express, and that's how I found Fallen Angels, and that's how I found Tony Leung, and that's how I found Wong Kar-wai, and more Tony Leung, and I realized, wow, I mean, this is amazing, and I was watching all of this stuff, and unfortunately nowadays I really feel that and this is, I wouldn't call it a criticism, but I do find it disappointing that film fandom has really dropped the ball on world cinema.
I
And
mean, I could call it disappointing. You don't have to. I will. I think it's ignorant. I think it's
no,
ignorant.
I will. I mean, I thought like growing up, like being in LA in the '90s, man, it was
Yeah.
fantastic because John Woo brought hard. I saw Hard Boiled at the New Art, and John Woo came.
Well, we're spoiled. We're spoiled here.
Yeah, yeah.
We always. I mean, we're gonna be spoiled. Look who's here in town. SS Rajamouli's here.
Right.
He's gonna be presenting his RRR at the Chinese. I think our buddy Gore is gonna be there in the front row.
Well, he was one of the first people to really, tout RRR. And by the way, he was just signed. He was just signed by CAA.
The director of RRR, SS Rajamouli, had just signed with CAA. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, I mean, look. Here's the thing. Unfortunately, and we saw a lot of it. All the foreign directors that were brought up, like if you've seen Elite Squad, the Brazilian films, that director was brought in to direct the RoboCop remake. And it's like America brings these incredible foreign directors that are making films about the place they live. Right. They're knockout movies, and then they give them franchise reboots. And they destroy their careers domestically, which is really unfortunate. John Woo suffered the same fate. I was a huge John Woo fan. He was huge in China. They bring him up in his first movie, Hard Target, with Jean-Claude Van Damme. He makes it a John Woo movie, and then they're like, "What's all these slow motion shots?" And they take it away from him in the edit room, and they recut the movie because the very Americans that hire a John Woo to make movies for them have never seen a John Woo movie. They might have only seen The Killer. And they didn't see, God of Gamblers. They didn't see A Better Tomorrow. They didn't see anything that he'd done. And unfortunately, our country, as much as I love the opportunities that America provides, we are a very myopic, very ignorant cultural culture. We do not reach out and sample the culture of the rest of the world, which is frustrating to me because there's so much great stuff out there that we are missing.
So I lowered my mic. I don't know, people in the chat, if that's better.
Yeah,
but
that's a little better. It was just it seems a little overmodulated. I don't know why.
I don't know. Sorry, man. I'll try also not to talk too much. I know I have a booming voice. But okay, so what could you see Rajamouli direct? That's the question.
Well,
because he's so all his movies are so Indian.
Well,
it's like,
see, now here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that in a way he has the same problem that John Woo had, in that if you watch his over-the-top, Americans, we do not do well. Like, I'll tell you something. Like, when John Campea watched RRR, he told me, he's like, and he said this on Twitter, he's like, I tapped out after 15 minutes. Now, I can totally understand that because, and even I, as the viceroy of verisimilitude, those movies don't have verisimilitude. You need to reset your expectations, and you need to be very aware that you are watching something that does not at all contain the same sensibility as a Hollywood movie. The laws of physics do not apply. The fact that people could break into song at any minute. And it's a totally different mindset. And the problem is, I think one of my biggest frustrations in life. I've always said that when you walk outside your front door, you cannot expect the world to be the way you want it to be. You need to go meet the world the way it is. And I feel this way about world cinema. When you sit down and watch RRR, if you're not a Bollywood aficionado, and let's face it, who is? You can barely see Bollywood movies here. But when you watch it on Netflix, it's not even a Bollywood movie. It's a Tollywood movie. It's from a different
different region.
A different region in India. So when you watch RRR, if you have the right mindset. Now, I would say to people that like the original Evil Dead, very different movie. It has nothing to do with RRR. But that buying into the reality of a movie like Evil Dead will help you buy into the reality of RRR, which has an unreality to it that is unique to Indian cinema. And I would say this. I mean, I don't like campy movies. Like, I'm not a fan of the Sharknado movies. I can't Asylum movies. I like camp that's made to be camp. I don't like. But what I like about RRR is you are meant to buy into it. You need to buy, even though for American audiences it's really hard. But if you can readjust what you're looking towards, and if you can meet RRR on its own terms, it'll be a great experience for you. But a lot of people, if you want it to be like an American movie, you're going to be really disappointed because it is not that.
You know, I kind of take it back with Rajamouli because his favorite director is Mel Gibson, and that's how he set up these last couple of films. So I actually think he can do certain. It depends on what Hollywood's going to give him.
Yeah.
You know, because he is pretty versatile within his stories. Did you ever see Ega?
Yeah.
But the Fly?
Yeah. That movie.
So,
yeah.
He's got some versatility.
Oh, yeah.
Versatility. The Mexican directors, I think, are a good example of they're balanced and successful in Spanish cinema and of course in American cinema.
Well,
the last 20 years,
you look Alfonso Cuarón,
right?
Guillermo del Toro, and Inarritu. You know,
Man.
Alejandro Inarritu. I mean, those.
Who's your favorite of those three?
Oh, man, well, okay. Here's the thing. I don't know if I could pick a favorite because they've done different things that I love. Like the first movie I ever saw was Kronos, Guillermo del Toro's Kronos, about the young girl and her father, and the it's a unique fairy tale like vampire film.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is his American movies I like the least. Like everyone likes
Really?
Blade 2, Mimic, Blade 2, fine. But give me Kronos, Devil's Backbone, Pan's Labyrinth. That's, to me, those are the films that I love because I think his sensibility is best. I don't necessarily think that, like, as much as I like the Hellboy movies and I love Pacific Rim.
I just rewatched it the other day.
Dude.
It is a fantastic sci-fi monster film. It's incredible. It's an incredible film.
Yeah. Yeah. And I love those films, but I do think Guillermo del Toro has a really interesting, to me, when he's working in that sort of his Spanish fairy tale, like I want to see him make the ultimate Day of the Dead movie. Like I think Coco is probably the ultimate Day of the Dead movie, but I would love to see him do a live action because there's something uniquely Mexican about the sensibilities of those three guys. Now,
well, yeah.
and it's unique. And look, I look at Alfonso Cuarón, and I look at Gravity, I look at Children of Men, and I'm blown away. But those are very much grounded. There's an American sensibility. Even Prisoner of Azkaban, the Harry Potter movie. I love. That's my favorite Harry Potter movie. And
you know what I didn't know about that film was that they wanted Del Toro, and Del Toro said no, and he convinced Cuarón to do it.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Imagine a Del Toro Harry Potter film.
Oh, dude. I still want to see Del Toro's The Hobbit.
Oh.
I think that, and then of course, Alejandro Inarritu is much more interested in whether it's beautiful or whether it's, he's much more interested in slice of life, more real, more down to earth realism as opposed to the fantasy cinema.
So he's got so his English films, Birdman, 21 Grams.
Again, Yeah, Birdman, 21 Grams. He did Amoros Perros too.
He sure did.
Oh, dude.
That's my posters right here.
I mean, incredible. But he's more slice of life realism. You know, he's not a fantasist the way.
Right.
And
No,
which,
not yeah.
but yet, but again, his sensibilities are something that I really vibe with, and I love his work. I mean, whether it's like Birdman, and also what's amazing about all three of these guys, you know, you had another component of some Chivo, you know, Lubetsky, how you pronounce his last name properly, the cinematographer. I mean,
Yeah, you said it.
again, the work these four guys are all doing, it's again, it's astonishing. And,
See, I really liked Nightmare Alley.
oh,
I really liked it a lot.
yeah, but and again, it was Del Toro diving into film history and something that he loved and putting his own spin on it. I mean, again, what I love about he's an iconoclast. He makes the movies. That guy, after working on Mimic and having to deal with Dimension and Bob and Harvey Weinstein, he's like, fuck this. I'm going to make movies I want to make. It's too, like, looking at Blade, the craziness he brought to it with the vampires whose faces come apart like Nomak, the villain. I mean, what I love about Del Toro is again, all three of these guys are giving us things that they're never going to take a job just to take a job. I mean, Cuarón was doing Harry Potter. Why not?
I mean, especially like the last 10 years. I mean, I would say 20 years. They really have affected American cinema.
Oh my God!
And going back to other movie channels or people that talk about movies. I mean, they got to have a balanced education on knowing more about cinema other than Top Gun. I'm sorry.
No, and I have to tell you, I mean, that's what I found to be. It is, and it's not to put down movie fans, but unfortunately, I really feel the palette of people's understanding of cinema is really limited these days. And it's like when I was going to film school, even in the 80s, we wanted to see everything from all around the world. Like you couldn't just be a fan of Star Wars or Spielberg or James Cameron. Like, you needed to know your shit. If you were going to have a conversation with somebody about movies, if you hadn't seen French New Wave, or you hadn't seen Italian neorealism, or you hadn't watched a lot of these great foreign directors, you hadn't seen Tarkovsky, you hadn't seen, you were out, man. Or you couldn't carry the conversation.
Yeah, like, let's just update it for now. Even have you seen Diego Luna act in his native tongue?
Right.
Have you seen Banderas?
Y tu mama también.
Have you seen a Pedro Almodovar film? Because I had said this, I really feel that Andor is the first time Diego has done a performance comparable to his something in Spanish that he does.
I am with you, and it's
the best thing. I mean, he's riveting so far for me in those 3 episodes.
But I think that's it's frustrating. To me, I think that was Y tu mama también was the first time he was on my radar. I think
that film.
And Almodovar, I grew up going to the Seattle Film Festival, and I was seeing those movies 30 years ago. I mean, Almodovar has such an incredible career. As a matter of fact, on Monday, I interviewed Paco Delgado, who is the Spanish from Spain costume designer who worked for Almodovar on Bad Education, and he recently did John Wick 4, and he did Death on the Nile, but he was born in the Canary Islands.
Death on the Nile is a beautiful looking film.
Oh yeah,
very entertaining. Yeah, very entertaining.
Yeah, he did that, and it's really, it was interesting to talk to him, but. And that's the thing. I think audiences today, it frustrates me that their lack of cinema literacy is low, and I don't know why, because we have more availability of these movies than ever before. I mean, RRR being on Netflix, and I think when I see something like Parasite win the Academy Award and Squid Game being popular, Asian cinema I've been watching my whole life, and yet there's so much rich Asian cinema. I'd think, oh, everyone's going to go back and watch Kurosawa or Ozu, or we're all going to know about. No, they're not, and it frustrates even Japanese science fiction and fantasy. I mean, Chinese fantasy martial wuxia movies, and then you go back and you watch Japanese science fiction. There's so much cool stuff. Like I've told people, there's a Tarantino-esque Japanese movie called The World of Kaneko that I recommend everybody should watch, about a father who can't find his daughter, and his daughter basically is an evil crime boss in high school. And it's a great movie.
Wow.
Yeah, and I can't get people to watch it. I'm like, you got to watch The World of Kaneko. Trust me, you're gonna love it, and nobody will.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think that's what's so much fun with the slant is, we get to like talk about the Spanish speaking, films coming out, the actors that are coming from that world, or the actors that are American and who are in Spanish films or whatever. We're kind of built for that, and
Yeah.
I have but even when it's bilingual films that we've covered, or I don't even know what you would call Stand and Deliver. It's an American film, but it's Latin American or Latino
Yeah.
backgrounds, so but even those films get lost. I kind of do that on purpose. R&B. I invited Comics Division on,
Oh yeah.
and I said, hey, watch this movie called Mi Familia and let's talk about it. And he loved that film.
It's great. Well, it's a great movie.
It's a great movie, but no one knows about it. And that's Nava. That's the guy who did Selena as well.
Well, I'll tell you, the first time I saw a Gregory Nava movie was El Norte. And
that movie's heavy.
It's heavy, but it's more relevant now than ever before. I mean, we're talking about the immigrant experience on the southern border, and people turn it into this. What it's so. What I find so amazing about a movie like El Norte is that it's the experience of somebody actually trying to immigrate to this country and what happens afterwards, and why they want to do it, and all these things. And we just make it about like, oh, there's the way we've categorized immigrants coming to this country on our southern border. It's like, oh, these are pests that are trying to get in here.
Well, and that was the first movie they did it with dignity.
Yeah,
and that shows you what happens when you have someone with a background and who's actually a writer and in creative control, and it's not some Hollywood souvenir item, which I think is still the trope. I actually think that's the weakest part of Andor.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting because, I mean, obviously there's a lot going on with you've got indigenous, like I didn't see young Andor as being indigenous to the planet that they were on. I saw them as being, whatever reason, they were refugees of something, because there's no adults there, and the way they set up the mining colony, that they were abandoned. Their parents were all killed. Who knew what happened? And Rob, whenever I hear like that goofy primitive music come on every time, it's like you always lose me. Yeah, and
I
rightfully
always
so.
lose, like the I hate to say, but the Latino me just shuts down. Like it's like seeing that filter every time they film in Mexico, and we're now in Mexico, and here's the Mexico filter. Like what the fuck?
And, oh man, it's true. I mean, it's interesting to me because Mexico City is one of the coolest cities in the world that I've ever been to. I mean, it's an extraordinary place.
It's Blade Runner. It's Blade Runner.
And I'll tell you, there was no Mexican filter.
Yeah, no, it's Blade Runner. But going back to El Norte, there's another thing that doesn't get shown a lot too, was the Chicano experience of like the jealous coworker who called the La Migra on that guy.
Right.
That shit, that was a real sentiment. There is resentment within the Mexican American or the more like the US Latino contingent, population, and the recent immigrants. There is that hostility. I liked how they showed that in El Norte.
By the way, I don't get this, but Kitty Bear Stephen Paul says, I'm trolling Tom. Paulie, tell Tom to watch The Imperfects and maybe watch it yourself.
Pushing The Imperfects. I it's on my list, but I have such a long list of things to watch. I'll check it out, brother.
But Tom is actually here. Midnight Sex After Dark says, if anyone knows the answer, you do what is with the jump cut in Poltergeist. I don't buy the Pizza Hut excuse, and 3 scenes cut in the script there too. I'm not sure what he's referring to. I'd have to. I don't know. Tom, good to see you, by the way. He always sends me links, and I'm always driving home, and I can never be.
Always driving home.
I'm driving home when he is. Tom Jr. Jackson says, Rob, good to see you. Paulie, welcome, man.
Hey.
Tom is, of course, he's a goof person. He came up with the term we are all goof people, and he's a moderator. So thank you for that, Tom. I appreciate it.
We got another one too.
I think there's G Money he's a 3-month member of the channel, and then he sent in a $20 super chat and says, Rob, I worked all week farming alfalfa and grass in Eastern Washington. I deserve a Costco whiskey while I watch the new House of the Dragon episode. Ooh. Love you. Night. Well, G Money, I'm from Washington. I love Eastern Washington. Good for you. I'm glad that you're working in my home state, and you deserve Costco whiskey. Unfortunately, House of the Dragon is until tomorrow night, but I can't wait to watch it. But thank you for supporting the channel, being a member. By the way, membership member call tomorrow at 1:00. They're always fun. John Welbacker says, one of my favorite cinematic experiences was seeing Infinity War in Mexico. When Black Panther came on screen, there were kids screaming Wakanda Forever in the cinema. Awesome to experience firsthand. I would love to have seen that. That would be great.
That was like me when I saw RRR in a theater filled with Indian people. It was amazing.
It would have been amazing.
It was so much fun. But yeah, back with Andor, Rob, we'll just see where that backstory goes, because I find the backstory, like, for me, just the most problematic. Is this, pseudo indigenous tribe of kids?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I didn't see them as indigenous. I saw them as refugees that were stuck there, and I couldn't help but think about Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome with the kids, because they were left alone. They were in a plane crash. All the adults were killed, and they found themselves stuck in this land, and they had to make their own very Lord of the Flies society. And when they went to find the crashed ship, they go past that mining operation, and I got the idea that they were all children of the miners, and whatever happened to those miners, the kids were left behind. And I didn't see them as indigenous to that planet. I could be wrong, though.
Well, whether they're indigenous to the planet or not, it was this primitive kind of like, they're in the jungle, and their goofy theme music comes on every time they do the flashback, and where they have staffs and primitive fighting stuff, whatever.
Right. Yeah. I totally understand where you're coming from.
My thing is, why is that Andor's backstory? Why does it always have to be that? Why can't it just? There's so many other more interesting directions, as far as like maybe his family, who happens to be whatever they are, they're part of the Empire, and there's a rebellion within. This is just, and then for him to be saved by Marva, I've seen it too much, man. I'm just like,
Dude, I look, I am right there with you. I totally understand. I
and
totally
I
understand all
like
that.
the acting. Like I liked Marva. I'm just saying, you know.
No, but again, I think what you're bringing up is totally legit, and it comes down to storytelling tropes, and
Storytelling tropes, right?
what we've seen a million times before,
Right.
and I don't disagree with you. And the problem with that is, I remember even going back to movies like John Borman's The Emerald Forest, and it seems like there's,
God.
remember that? Nobody ever talks about
Yeah.
that movie
They talk
anymore.
about Excalibur.
Yeah.
Not Emerald Forest.
Yeah, no one talks about, even though that
Wow.
the score for Emerald Forest is actually great. I mean, that was like,
Who's that?
that's mid '80s.
Who is that? Is it Roland Joffrey?
No, that's John Borman. John Borman
No,
directed.
the composer.
No, Roland Joffrey's the director who directed like The Killing Fields. He directed The Mission, and it was Ennio Morricone who wrote that score.
Oh, that he did. Oh,
Let's-
I
you know
love
what?
the mission.
Yeah, I mean that score.
Right, Roland Joffrey. I'm sorry, you're so right. So, who did the music for Excalibur and for Emerald Forest?
Well, Excalibur was it was classical music that they had used. It was a lot of the Ring
Yeah.
cycle, Wagner's The Ring.
Right.
But the music for the Emerald Forest was by guys I didn't know. They were people, Brian Gascon and Junior Hornrich. I mean, but that score was really great. I have the CD.
We'll write
and
it down.
I really love that score.
I need to re-see that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, remind me about Aliens. I have an announcement to make about Aliens. Remind me,
Oh, okay.
because I want you in on this.
Anything. Aliens, I'm in.
Okay, well, remind me because I know we're on a roll here with indigenous. You were trying to make a point with Emerald Forest and indigenous tribes.
Oh
or
yeah,
tropes.
because you had a white kid that was left in the forest, and
It's very Tarzan.
played by the same guy who played Mordred, the young Mordred, John Borman's son in Excalibur.
He's great.
And but it's kind of like, in a way, it's kind of the problem is, I think, with a lot of these story tropes, especially in Hollywood, is that these stories have not been told by the people that they're actually about. It's always like if you actually had indigenous people telling their own stories, we would get different perspectives. And I think back to something like the New Zealand film Once Were Warriors, that was directed by Lee Tamahori about the Maori people that our favorite Boba Fett was actually in. And that was one of his breakthrough roles. And if you go back and you look, I mean, the Maori culture in New Zealand, there was Utu, which is a great movie. There once were warriors. Utu is a historical film about a Maori warlord. We don't see a lot of indigenous people making movies about their own experience. And when we see filmmakers that aren't indigenous, they're taking those stories and turning them into some kind of the hero's journey, or they're using tropes so you don't get you don't get the genuine. It's not as genuine as it probably should be.
Well, here's my take on Andor. So Gilroy is using this old trope, and he's probably like a good-hearted liberal, and which is fine.
Sure.
But I feel that those good-hearted liberals, they take the modern day politics, and they're meaning well, like they want to make a statement, and they're using that then with it's in the language, it's in the dialogue. What did you swim over here? You have dark features, you have a rap sheet, we forged your papers. I mean,
Right.
all of it is said in the first 3 episodes. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Are we watching Star Wars? Are we watching the immigrant story? I'm just like,
I would also say that you also are leaning into wartime tropes too. Your papers, please. And it's close. I mean, it's similar to what's going on, but obviously, I mean, but I understand where you're coming from, because I totally agree with you, and it's
right.
but you're right. I mean, I mean, to me, I see it more as the rise of Nazi Germany. Like you've got you have the companies that have their jackbooted their own police force, their own security force, that's one step away from being co-opted by the empire. You know, and
yeah, I mean, with all my problems that I just said, I saw it again, the first 3 episodes, and I absolutely loved it. I mean, I actually gave it a higher rating.
well, it's interesting because when you first watch it, you're seeing these things, and then when you go back and you watch it again, and you can take it for what it is. I mean, I think that's another problem, that we live in this knee-jerk society where everybody we are all now, we're conditioned to look to be outraged about things. Look, and to me, the outrage that I see is I can't stand seeing bad writing. You know, there are many people that object to Rings of Power for a number of reasons. What I really don't like about the show is it's poorly written, and it's not presenting great characters and a great story.
I mean, it's terrible. The writing is terrible.
It's just not. I mean,
I don't get what I'm watching sometimes. I mean, I fall asleep, and then I have to rewind it.
No, and here's the thing. Like, I've told people, the secret to writing great franchise properties is take the franchise out when you're writing it. Take the Lord of the Rings out, because what you're writing is a story about disparate groups of people, dwarves, elves, men, whatever. They've all got different concerns, and they have to figure out how are they going to work together and come together and destroy a great evil that threatens all of them. How do you put your differences aside and work together? These are classic tropes. Tolkien was working with these tropes, so forget it's Lord of the Rings. Come up with your story about all these disparate people and what they're doing, the machinations of what's happening behind the scenes. How are these people going to come together? And what happens is, then they've already violated all of Tolkien's lore, and any fans of the show get pissed, and they're like, Galadriel would have never met Muriel ever. They're thousands of years or 1,500 years apart or whatever, and the authors of the show are trying to force a narrative that is based on stuff that's not Lord of the Rings into a Lord of the Rings story. So what you're watching is a half-baked, generic fantasy show that they're then trying to impose J.R.R. Tolkien on, and it doesn't work, because their underlying story is, they're not even telling a right story. They're taking a Tolkien framework and then trying to fit their own narrative into it. It can't work. It can never work.
Let me ask you this: like, you take away the fact that it's Lord of the Rings, does it stand up on its own?
No.
No.
I mean, none of it makes any sense. Like, why does Numenor only have like 4 boats?
There was 5 minutes of, like, you know, some good acting and dialogue and, you know, purpose out of what, these 5 episodes. And for me, it's the dwarves. That's about it.
Yeah. Well, how about this? I mean, I'm watching this show and I'm thinking, okay, so Numenor, the world of men, the biggest, basically Numenor is the Wakanda forever for men, the world of men in Lord of the Rings. And they don't like elves. And they're sophisticated, they got all this technology. An elf rolls up, Galadriel, and she's like, Sauron's coming, you have to mount an army, and they hate her. They want to get rid of her and send her away. And within a couple of days, she's like, nope, Sauron's rising to power, and Muriel, the Queen Regent's like, okay, I believe you finally. Let's mount an army and let's travel across the sea, go to Middle-earth, and start a war against whatever's going on in the south. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't believe this. I don't believe that you believe what Galadriel was saying. I don't believe the story you're telling me.
Well, again, so it's not Galadriel. It's not Tolkien's Galadriel. It's not Tolkien's Numenor. There are no men in Numenor in this iteration. She was, you know, slapping around a bunch of boys, you know, who couldn't fight. When they're training, like this is the whimsical side of Galadriel.
Right.
I mean,
Well, no, I mean all of it. It doesn't.
None of it works.
And I think the problem is the people that are writing the show they're not experienced.
Well, I think what you said, they're forcing message, and they're mugging for the audience. It's like, look, I have armor on and I can walk, and I don't have to do anything you say because I have a sword. And look at me.
Well,
and then what's the healer doing? Giving a speech on fight with me. I'm like, wait a minute, weren't you a healer a second ago? Weren't you like a midwife? What's going on?
No, also here's what I find so strange.
Yeah.
So history is not fun. If you live throughout human history, it really sucked. People were oppressed for the majority of the time human beings came out of the trees.
Mm.
So the idea that you're basically telling, even though it's a fictional historical account, it's thousands of years ago or whatever. Why would you possibly think you could impose modern identity politics on a history that happened hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, when none of that existed?
It's so weird, man. It's so weird. You're right. You're right.
I'm like, okay, first of all, that's not even the way the world worked. And it's funny because you juxtapose this with House of the Dragon, where they talk a lot about marriage and how marriage worked. Marriage wasn't about love ever back then. I mean, maybe people who loved each other got married, but for the most part, marriage was all about let's join two houses, let's
people in power. Correct.
Yeah, people in power. Let's solidify our at this level. And it's so weird that we from this perspective want to go back and look at and impose. And by the way, our modern politics is not working because it's not genuine. It's not based on anything. It's not based on science. It's not based on real attraction. You have people self-identifying as whatever they're self-identifying. Wait till what happened in Russia 2 days ago. It's a half mobilization. We've just conscripted 300,000 people. You're going to fight. We're going to send you into the meat grinder of the Ukraine war, where we're not going to give you enough equipment. You're not going to have enough food, and you're expected to kill human beings. We took you off the streets of a modern metropolis. I mean, can you imagine if our population, half the population of TikTok right now, was conscripted, taken against their will? Oh, we're sorry. We're arresting you at a peaceful protest, and since you're here, we're also going to conscript you into the army. Can you imagine the people that are bitching and moaning and complaining about identity politics in this country if what's going on in Russia right now happened here?
Pete, listen, we could even we don't have to go that extreme. Take away our electricity for 3 days.
Oh, I know.
People will get really conservative, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Really quick.
Really fast.
Real fast. And the first people that are going to get slapped around, in a sense, will be the TikTokers.
They won't just get slapped around. They're the first people that go.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up,
bye-bye.
and
you're gone.
And so how does that bleed into our entertainment? Well, it ruins it. It dates it. I mean, all this stuff is forgettable. I even think with Andor, of what we talked about, I actually think the dialogue and the performances are actually making it a standout.
Yeah.
So far, as with how I've only seen the first 2 episodes of House of Dragons, really enjoying it. It's really cool.
Oh,
love it.
You're gonna love it.
Love the female lead. I mean, that's the thing. Is that where do they get these actors? And you know me, man. I live with one. I'm very supportive of actors, but the Rings of Power cast. I can't connect or none of them hook me. Like
Well,
there's no real moment besides the dwarfs. There's not a real moment for me.
yeah, well, it's again. I mean, I think there's a couple of characters in Numenor that I like. You know, like Elendil and Isildur and all that.
I like them. You're right.
You know, I like them, but
They came out in episode 3, though.
yeah.
They were the first two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Elendil's a great character, and we know from, I mean, I guess the light of Elendil is what Galadriel gives to Sam to illuminate, or Frodo. They illuminate dark places and all that. But again, the entire Rings of Power show was made it was not made by people that were passionate about. It was bought by Amazon, a giant worldwide corporation, because Jeff Bezos likes it, and then they hired people to make the show. It wasn't like somebody went to Jeff Bezos and said, "Oh my God, my life's ambition is to make a TV series about the Second Age of Middle Earth." And that's you cannot make great art if people are hired to necessarily do it. You have to find people that want to make that art in the first place, because artistic passion is the very beginning of great art. You have to have that fire burning in someone's belly. Like even though I have a crazy idea, I'm going to go tilt at windmills or whatever. And this is the problem. All of our franchises now are not, like Star Wars was not made by George Lucas because he wanted to get rich. Star Wars was a movie that George Lucas wanted to make because he had to make it. I want to make a movie that reminds me of the Flash Gordon serials of the time. And he couldn't get Flash Gordon, he couldn't get the rights, so he made Star Wars because that's what he wanted to make. 20th Century Fox didn't go to George Lucas and said, "We thought we'd like to do a science fantasy story about Flash Gordon-esque characters. We're hiring you, George Lucas." And that's a huge difference about where Hollywood is at right now. Most of the big movies that get made by Hollywood, the studios decide to make them, and they go look for filmmakers. Very few. I mean, if Martin Scorsese wants to make his Flower Moon movie, people are like, "Oh, okay." But there's only like 2 or 3 people in the world. Christopher Nolan probably is one of them. Scorsese is one of them. Maybe Ridley Scott, Spielberg. There's not a lot of people that can just decide to make movies they want to make. The studios are using their marketing research to figure out what they're going to make for people. Top Gun did not get made because Paramount wanted Top Gun to get made. They might have wanted Top Gun to get made 20 years ago, but Top Gun 2 got made because Tom Cruise wanted to make it. And he's like, "I'm not going to make this till I feel right about it." You know, and it turns out to be what it is, and everyone loves it. It's a huge hit, but it was made because Tom Cruise wanted to make it. You know, and
Yeah.
and we now live in a world where a lot of the art that we consume is not. Here's the thing about streaming. There's a lot of streaming shows that are like, whether it's Squid Game, whether it's Severance, whether it's Yellowstone in 1882. There's a super chat, by the way. Somebody wrote in about Dark, the TV series Dark, and if I was here it is. Duncan Z says, "Are you looking forward to 1899, the next series from the creators of Dark? Dark is my all-time favorite show. I'm super excited for it." Dark is a 3-season German series. It's on Netflix. It's incredible. It's a time travel science fiction series. Incredible. So,
it down.
Duncan Z, I'm interested. I can't wait to see it. I am looking forward to it. Ryan Signs, is it Signs or Sinus? He says he's a hero. He's a member. He's been a member for 5 months. He says, "Delighted by your Andor takes. Pained to hear so many normies and fans call the most sophisticated Star Wars story in 4 decades slow or boring." Well, I'm with you there.
I mean, could have been edited down a little bit, sure.
Yeah, probably.
Sure. You know, but you know, I think there was definitely some intentional, time with these characters to really get their agitation, and I loved it. I especially when the actors are good.
Yeah.
That cast is really good.
It's really good. The cat. I
It's
mean,
really
Stellan
good.
Skarsgård. Everybody's really good. You know, what I really love about Andor too is we're not only watching a spy being forged, but like I said earlier tonight, we're also watching our antagonist. You know, the cop he's becoming. He's going to be a
He's
great
very
villain.
interesting.
You know, and he's
Mhm.
again we're watching an Imperial officer being forged. He'll probably wind up a Moff because.
Right.
You know, and I love, I mean, here's a guy that believed in his job, believed in doing a good job. What, you don't care that 2 people that work for us were murdered?
Murdered.
You know, and nobody seems to care. Even his boss says, no, this is what happened. Just let it go. And he won't let it go. And look where it led him exactly. He's now uncovered some kind of a plot he doesn't understand, but his men died. So as a result of him caring, he stumbled across something that nobody knows what's going on except him. And he realizes, so he's the person that's at the forefront of watching the rebellion happen, even though he doesn't know it yet. I love that.
I do as well. Again, it shows you when you have like just very capable actors and how they can take maybe a script that's a little simple,
Right.
you know, and elevate it. Plus, you got the filmmaking, the cinematography of it is just, you know, it's really cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I you know, like I said, I saw, and then of course there was some things that stood out. There actually was some good little alien moments, and it wasn't too much because it
Right.
wasn't about that. You know, Diego's character, he's an absolute disaster when we meet him. He kills people. He steals. He lies. He's not a good dude.
He's just a scammer, and everyone knows it. Like, he's got
Right.
these friends, and they like put up with his bullshit, but they all know it. They all know he's full of shit.
Yeah,
So,
bro.
I mean, it's well done. By the way, Wraith X7 says something interesting. It would never happen, but I would like to see a Finn, that's John Boyega's character, a Finn TV series where it's revealed that Finn is the long-lost or unknown son of Luke Skywalker. I mean, I just hope that in the Star Wars universe that we've seen, Luke Skywalker ever got laid ever. Because there's no Mara Jade, and we haven't seen any indication that Luke ever got busy with anyone, so how could he have a long-lost son? I think Luke Skywalker needs to get laid in a big, big way.
And he needs to get laid with a redhead, preferably
I'm all
Dallas
about
Bryce
that.
Howard. Dallas Bryce Howard.
I'm a fan. She's so
She's
cute.
hot.
I'm a big
She's
fan
so cute.
She's so cute. You know,
Yeah, man.
Jessica Chastain. I don't care. I'm a huge redhead
Yeah.
fan.
Yeah.
But Bryce Dallas Howard's got the booty.
Yeah, I like the curves.
Yeah.
I'll even take Christina Hendricks. I don't care.
Oh my God. Who wouldn't? I mean,
Yeah, man. You know, that's funny.
but you know, I do think Andor. You know, we're seeing something different. We're seeing something new, and we're seeing something that's controlled by Tony Gilroy, which I like. You know, I like the fact that there's autonomy there, that he's getting to make what he wants, and he's doing a throwback show. And when he was telling people, you know, forget about the lore, forget about, because that's what I've always said. You know, to tell a great Star Wars story is to throw away Star Wars. Get rid of the Star Wars of it. Tell me a great story. Give me a story about the hero's journey. We'll put the Star Wars in later. We'll layer it in later. But if you have a story about a spy or a guy who's a schemer, a guy who's living at the edges of society, he's always scamming somebody, and then he gets pulled in and has to figure out what he believes in, and that the idea of a rebellion. I love that kind of a story.
Yeah, no, I'm all in on his story. I think what you said is what Rings of Power is not doing.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, because they have the potential. And hey, listen, they could turn around. They're going to film another season. I could, you know, prove me wrong. And this is just one man's opinion, but you know, it's almost like they say, well, you know, we're not gonna pay attention to the Lord. We're gonna do our own things. but we're gonna rewrite some of your characters.
Right. I mean, no, it's look, I get what they want to do. But the thing is, unlike Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, J.R.R. Tolkien never gave the characters of the Second Age a voice. He didn't write dialogue. So all you can do is make shit up. And when you're making shit up, you have to rely on storytelling tropes. And I'm sorry, I hate that you to make that Lord of the Rings show, whether people like it or not, I don't want to, yuck anyone's yum. But it is by definition an exercise in crass commercialism that if it's good, it will be despite itself, because it was an ill-fated journey to take in the first place. Because ultimately, it has to end with what we already saw in Fellowship of the Ring. The opening montage of Fellowship of the Ring that is narrated by Galadriel explains the climax of the Rings of Power show. So who cares? They defeat Sauron. We know that they defeat Sauron.
Well, right, but the same argument can be said about Andor. Who cares? We know where they're all going to end up.
But here's the difference.
Tell me the difference.
The difference is we've never seen how the rebellion began. We don't know how the rebellion began, because the whole thing is Star Wars is about the rebels. It was about the rebellion. How did it begin? We know from the beginning, the opening crawl of Star Wars, it is a period of civil war. How did that happen? With Lord of the Rings, you've got the appendices telling us who did what to whom. Here's how this happened.
Right.
We don't know. Star Wars asks, it tells us it is a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory over the evil Galactic Empire. Okay, well, what? We don't know.
You're right.
No one. The first thing they say, it is a period of rebel space. Who are the rebels? How did the rebellion begin? And this is something that was never covered in Star Wars. So it's all fertile ground to show us how the Rebel Alliance was created. And that to me is a legitimate story.
Just meant because we have a Rogue One, so we know Andor's fate. But you're saying, well, we can go back and do the rebel thing and him.
Yeah. I mean he dies, but the rebels continue on. And what we're seeing with Stellan Skarsgård's character is the birth of that rebellion. And the birth of that rebellion, it was born out of the everyman in the Star Wars universe. All we've ever seen, the prequel trilogy is all about the aristocracy. Jedi, royalty, whatever. Whereas the original Star Wars was about a farmer, a truck driver, and an old grizzled war veteran. And I think that was when Star Wars worked best. The prequel trilogy, the problem with the prequels is it's about highfalutin people. I mean, all of us are Luke Skywalker. We're all somebody that has to do chores on the farm, or we wanted to go somewhere and be any place other than here working, toiling on this farm.
We're all dreamers.
Yeah, we're all dreamers. You look at the twin setting suns of Tatooine, everybody gets it. We are all Luke Skywalker in that moment. It's like when Yoda says, never his mind on where he was. What he was doing. That's us,
always
man.
looking to the horizon.
Yeah, to the future. There's got to be a better life. We're all that guy. We're all Luke. And so we all get it. And what's going to be really interesting is that, the Rebel Alliance did not start from a bunch of politicians deciding to start a rebellion. It started from guys like Cassian Andor. And we're going to see that happen.
No, I'm in. Like I said, especially seeing all three again, I was even more riveted, and we'll see what happens. Besides the problems that I have, I think they're either gonna stay minor, or but whatever. I don't think they're gonna be a heavy part of the show moving forward. It looks like more other worlds are gonna start showing up and stuff. So.
Oh yeah. By the way, Kitty Bear Stephen Paul says, sorry, Rob, didn't mean to disrespect you. I came here from Twitter using a link in Paulie's tweet, and I thought I was on Paulie's channel. No worries, Kitty Bear. Happy to have you. All good. And Stub McShave says, I love Stellan Skarsgård and Fiona Shaw and Andor. I do too. They're great. I think it's going to be an interesting. See, what's funny is about, again, going back and looking at Rings of Power. Rings of Power is trying to take. First of all, they don't have the entire rights to the Silmarillion, and they're trying to write a story that wasn't totally defined by using a modern sensibility. Which is not. They can't win. There's no way they can win, because they're immediately. I mean, what's really interesting is if you look at Lord of the Rings, what J.R.R. Tolkien was worried about was after, seeing the horrors of World War I, the idea that the industrial age would destroy the way of life that he held so dear. I mean, that's what Lord of the Rings, literally, you've got when Saruman is making more orcs in Isengard, and they're clear-cutting the trees around Isengard and destroying that way of life. That's what Tolkien worried about. To lose, I mean, literally, the Lord of the Rings is about preserving the Shire, the way of life in the Shire. You see Gandalf roll in the beginning, that aerial shot when you hear that great Lord of the Rings theme, and you see the Shire, and you get it. That's what we're fighting for. That bucolic, wonderful lifestyle where there's not a care in the world, and the hobbits can be who they want to be, and that's what we're fighting for. And everybody else will destroy that way of life, and that's what Tolkien was worried about, And the problem with Rings of Power was, what do people remember about it? Well, they spent $400+ million buying the rights, and it's now the most expensive television series ever made. Why do we know that? None of that makes any difference as to whether or not the show is good. We should never have known that. And the problem is, once you've spent that much money, nobody has the right to tell a great story. Everyone's going to second guess what you're doing. It's like, oh, these episodes all cost $100 million each, so it better be good. How can it possibly be good? Because no writer's ever going to be allowed to tell a story that actually is legitimate, because everybody has to make it appeal to all people. And you look at the writing in that show, none of it makes any sense. The characters...
It doesn't. The writing does not make sense. The speeches that are given, people are speaking in platitudes like, that's not how Tolkien spoke. That's not how Jackson's Lord of the Rings talked. So that's a big problem there, and it's all kind of, so the characters for me are just forgettable. Whether look. I don't care if they look good. I don't care if they're That's just okay. It's pretty. Okay, so what?
Well, you nailed it. The stuff people really like the relationship between Elrond and Durin. It's because it's modern. You could take their relationship, the way they talk to each other. It could be right at home in an American TV show set in Los Angeles. And that's the real problem. And all the things that they're introducing in this show are familiar tropes of fantasy and genre fiction. And none of it is unique or necessarily new. And, Galadriel shows up. No one's seen an elf in Numenor for hundreds of years. Sauron is coming. Please, let's raise an army and go fight him. Well, 2 days ago, you wanted to throw me in jail. And you did throw me in jail. And it's like, why are we following this woman now? I mean, you've got the Queen Regent dreaming about the destruction of Numenor, and then you've got Galadriel and Elf let's go to war. Why would you possibly do that? What war? She doesn't even know what's going on. We're gonna go defeat Sauron. Okay, let's go.
Well, and didn't the king that her dad say trust the elf but don't go?
Yeah, I mean, why? You haven't seen elves in hundreds of years, and it doesn't make, none of it makes any. And Galadriel rolled. She wasn't even going to Numenor. She was going to the Grey Havens or wherever. She was on the boat. She fell overboard, and then a passing ship found her.
She resisted.
I
She
mean,
resisted the Grey Havens.
yeah, resisted the Grey Havens, and now I'm in Numenor.
She swam for hundreds of miles.
Hey man, can I catch a ride on your boat, bro? I mean, it's like, come on. What if she didn't find that boat? Maybe she got picked up and they took her somewhere else. I mean, it's
That was that was something else.
yeah, it's yeah, it's not.
And then there's the Harfoots.
Yeah, the Harfoots are who are proto hobbits. Let's just make them look like there are no hobbits in Middle Earth at that time. Well, they're the Harfoots they grow into hobbits or whatever.
Right. We're all about a collective and being tight with each other, but they'll leave you at the drop of a hat if you sprain an ankle, and then they'll laugh at you when they eulogize you.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not a real well thought out civilization there, and like they're constantly moving, they're constantly going somewhere. Why? Like, why are you going? If you're staying in a place that's awesome, why would you leave? Like,
Would you leave?
Is it going to snow there? So build a house.
And you know how to hide, so why would you leave?
Yeah, why? I don't understand. Like, we're traveling around, you're watching the Harfoots. They're in clearly what's going to be the dead marshes in the last episode. Like, why are you there, dude? This place is not safe. It's not safe. Clearly, it's not safe. There are wolves there that are going to kill you. Why are you going through there? Why? I'm like, I don't know. Like, even when they were hanging out by the beach, I'm like, this looks pretty good. Let's build some beachfront housing here. Chill out.
They were at the episode 1. It was fine. Have your little festival and just hang.
Yeah, let's just chill out. Except if we go into that, there's wolves over in that farmhouse over there. And it's
man.
I still don't. I still am banging on the dickhead boy who sank Galadriel's paper boat from the first episode. I'm like, if I was a kid and I saw a paper boat that had a mast that popped up with a sail that went whoong, and that I wouldn't throw a rock at that paper boat. I'd be like, that's awesome.
But let's back up. These are elves. They're not human kids. Would they? I don't even know if they would behave like that.
They wouldn't.
I don't even know if they would behave like that.
They're chasing Galadriel and making fun of her.
They would be They would be like, learning songs and singing and doing all kinds of like angelic things, even as little kids. Get out of here with that.
Let me throw a rock on this beautiful paper boat. And then, of course, Galadriel's brother's like, well, a boat and a rock are different. What?
Wow.
I mean, a rock doesn't look up. A rock doesn't look anywhere, motherfucker. It doesn't have eyes.
Oh.
Neither does a boat.
Like the worst advice the brother was giving about life.
I mean, that wasn't even a good metaphor.
No.
I mean, rocks and boats, they're inanimate objects. They don't think. They don't look anywhere. But I love my brother.
Yeah, love my brother. I'm going to steal his dagger and revenge.
I mean, that also doesn't make sense. Elves would be the first people like, well, that is the way of things. You went off to fight and you got wounded in a battle.
Mm-hmm.
And Sauron's coming back. The funny thing about it is, the real problem that I have with Rings of Power is, why would Sauron want to come back? Why with all these people? Who cares? These people are idiots. What are you going to do? Be the king of them? For what reason? Go to a different plane of existence. It's got to be better than the people you're going to meet here.
Well, it's pretty funny because it's like, that healer gives a speech and half of them stay and half of them go with the old guy. That old guy's smart. Go with the old guy. We'll stay with this. Yeah, none of it makes sense.
Well, that lady, like, when did she become some messianic? We're gonna fight to the very bitter end. Really? With what? What weapons do you have?
She's this hidden warrior.
Yeah, I mean, and again, here's the funny thing about all this. It's like, during the time, most of human history, the reason men and women had very defined roles was because we were all going to die, because the world was an unsafe place. So women, if we wanted to perpetuate our species, they had to be protected. Put them in caves somewhere. We're going to go out and fight the giant animals and get our food and whatever we need to get. And so our roles, our gender roles, developed around that idea of the fact that women had to raise the children and men had to go fight and make things safe and bring back food. I mean, that was our civilization. And nowadays we're so it should be kind of the same thing, but no. Our society is much different. Everybody wants to be recognized. I mean, it's funny to me. I'm like, we should have a crucible. We should have, like, I wish our civilization had instead of an SAT test, had a life or death test, where you had to spend a month surviving in the wilderness while you solved logic problems, and you were given a psychological evaluation by doctors you had to meet with every 10 miles or something. Some kind of a real test, and if we were deemed you unacceptable, at the end of this test, you would be put to death. So we got rid of all the ridiculous people that don't belong here. By the way, my tongue is firmly in cheek as I'm saying this. But
right,
in a way, I do think that we really do need to shape up, and people do need... Look, if you can't change a flat tire while you're on the freeway, you got a problem. You got to learn how to do that. Don't call it AAA.
There's some life skills out there that like survival skills. Yeah, absolutely.
I feel a lot of people, those are sorely lacking. I
tell you, the kids these days.
I mean, there's a lot of good kids these days. I mean, there's a lot of really talented, really interesting people that are doing a lot of really cool stuff. And what I would like to see is the world continue on to allow those people to do what they do and see what changes they're going to affect and what kind of a world they're going to make. I mean, I'm optimistic about that.
I am as well. And I like
they need to watch more foreign films, though.
they need to watch Blood In, Blood Out first of all.
That's right.
Let's drop off our kids in the body or the hood.
Everyone needs a Judgment Night.
Right.
Oh, you get off the wrong freeway on-ramp and you're fucked.
We're going to get canceled. I don't give a shit.
Come on, it's a movie. It's Judgment Night.
Yeah.
Everyone needs a Judgment Night.
What do you call it? What's that other one? It's what do you call it? The Purge.
Oh yeah. Which, by the way, is the first Purge is pretty good. Actually, I like that franchise.
The last one was really good with Tenoch Huerta.
The Forever Purge.
Fantastic.
It was really good.
It's a lot of fun.
I have that on 4K right over there.
Ooh.
I love those movies. But yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for that. I mean, there's a really interesting horror concept. The Purge movies, there's a reason why there's been multiple. They all had something different to say, but like you said, the Forever Purge, there was a movie that had a legitimate point of view and had really something. It addressed issues of immigration and what does it mean to be an immigrant in this country, wrapped in a purge bow. So the messaging was on point because it was supposed to be there. The very premise.
Well, it was entertaining, first of all.
Yeah, it was built into the premise.
Right, and then you had these two families who were seemingly, just so far apart from each other, and then they banded together to survive. It was great.
Yeah, and they were forging a country. That's how a country is made. When families work in their best interest together.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I highly recommend that film to the chat if you haven't seen it yet.
It's really good.
Yeah,
it is really good. Well, let me ask you this to wrap up, because I it's almost 2:00. But first of all, tell people about your channel, who might not have don't know you and haven't seen your channel. Tell me about Latino Slant and tell people about your channel and where they can find you.
Yeah, well, with the Slant, we just cover a lot of music, entertainment, movies, interviews, with creators that are out there doing stuff.
You get some really good people on your channel.
Right. We just had legendary actor, veteran actor Paul Calderon come on and talk about his career, and that's an amazing talk. We have musicians come on, and we're gonna bring one on really soon to debut his music video. And then I'm always covering, here's what did I do today? The Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio, the featurette.
Yeah.
The Jenna Ortega's, anything that's got a Latin connection to it, I'm covering it. And then sometimes we'll talk about some social issues. I try to stay away from those.
Yeah, but you do a really great job. Your channel's great. You've always had great people come on.
And we have you come on sometimes.
Yeah. No,
it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've chatted, but that was great. Thanks for jumping on, by the way.
Yeah, and tomorrow afternoon we're gonna have my birthday stream.
Yes, which I will jump on. I have the member chat, but I will jump on. You asked me about that. You told me about that. And I will do that.
Yeah. So and I wanted to tell you about. I got an advance copy of the new Aliens novel.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah, tell me about that.
Okay. It's called Aliens Vasquez, and it is about Private Vasquez and her origin.
Is it good?
I've read the first 50 pages.
Okay,
it's pretty fucking cool.
Okay,
how this author is laying out her family, her and how kind of like this world plague, wipes people, including a lot of her family, like which leads her to the streets. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, cool. Like, so that's where I'm at, like the first 50 pages, but it's an advanced copy. And nice. V Castro, the author, she's been on the show. She's going to come back. But that book officially comes out in October.
Nice.
So
my question is, in that book, was Vasquez mistaken for a man?
Not yet, but so far, she had a badass battle with an android to be tested to be a
yeah.
So that was a badass fight, and her homie Drake is there.
Oh, nice.
So that's
who's
cool.
in love with her?
That has not been established yet.
Yeah, but in the movie, he totally was. He's so in love with her.
What's also established is her bandana, with her red bandana.
Oh, nice.
Where that's from?
Was she a blood?
What's that?
Was she a blood or a crip? I guess she was a blood.
It's her grandfather's.
Oh, okay.
And her grandfather drops a lot of knowledge. I like her family.
That's cool. All right.
And so yeah, and then there's a couple things I'm trying to figure out where it's going to go to, as far as because supposedly she has 2 kids. Because that's in canon. It's in canon with some of the older writings.
Wow. Okay. It probably says that on her dossier file that you see briefly in Aliens.
Well, now I want to watch Aliens again, but
no, the dossier file's not of the Marines.
We need to get you connected, because I think maybe bringing V Castro on to your channall would
be fun to talk. I'd love to do that.
Because she writes a lot of books. I've read a couple of her books. She's pretty good. All
right.
So yeah. Wait, what's that? I watched your thing. You went like that. I was watching the delay.
Oh, I was like I was thinking about the dossiers, but those are the dossiers on the Nostromo crew that were. In my mind, I'm seeing them go up in it's in the briefing section when Ripley is talking, but she hasn't even met the Space Marines by then.
Well, so V Castro, the author's throwing in a lot of stuff right now, like in our history, and I'm like, was that Aliens? and I was thinking of the Marines and how they talk to each other. I guess they were pretty modern. I guess so. Like because they would, their language was very, I want to say modern, meaning like they're pertaining to U.S. history, like stuff like that.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. By the way, a friend, a supporter of the channel, the Jughead from the UK says, "Laugh out loud." Yes, Rob, a human pon far. Bring it on. That's this Vulcan sex thing. But he says, "Love and respect to you, Rob, and my new Latino brother, Latino Slant. Love and respect from the UK, bro."
Absolutely. Where is it? Where are you getting this at? Where is this?
This is a super chat.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it was the bottom or.
Oh,
what.
yes, I see.
Yeah. The Jughead's been a long time supporter of the channel.
Okay, so Jughead, the writer, lives in the UK. She lives in London.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
That's very cool.
But she's Mexican American, but now she's been living in London for years, writing her horror book. She's a horror writer.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So, again, so far it's off to a good start. It's called Aliens Vasquez, and I'm gonna connect you and see if I can get you advanced copy as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll read it. I would love to read that. I didn't even know that was coming out. Well, listen, I'm going to end our stream.
Let's do it.
I want to thank you for coming on. I mean, you've been on for like a long time, so thank you for being here. Paulie from Latino Slant. I always like to be good to see you. It's been a long time. It's been a long, but you're always in my heart, man. We've done some great stuff together.
Same, brother, man. Miss you so much, but I'm happy for your success. And let's get some rest. And I'll see you tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I'll be doing. You'll see me tomorrow afternoon for your. By the way, happy birthday. And one last time, where can people find you?
Latino Slant, YouTube, Twitter, the Latino Slant.
The Latino Slant.
Yeah.
And your birthday stream is tomorrow. I will be back streaming in 11 hours. So I'll be streaming in 9 hours. Dieter Bastian will come back from Saarbrücken, Deutschland, and we'll talk about physical media for the week. A lot of interesting stuff coming up. Things are happening. I talked to George Feltenstein at Warner Brothers today about a business issue that was unrelated to home video, but he had some interesting things to say. So we keep our small but dedicated audience to our Let's Get Physical Media show. I will see you guys tomorrow. But Paulie, thanks for being on Midnight Musings. I want to thank all the members. Oh, by the way, there is a Post-Geek Singularity member chat. There's a lot of people that became members even during the stream. If you haven't been on one before, we basically hang out. Everyone gets about 10 minutes to speak, say what they want, and we're all there together chatting. So tomorrow that will be at 1 p.m. Pacific time on this channel, right after Let's Get Physical Media. So there you go. And
I'm going to head out.
All
Much
right.
love. Much love.
I will talk with you later, Paulie. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, man. Have a good night.
Good night. Well, and I also want to thank Paulie's gone. I want to thank my moderator, Tom Jr. Jackson, the Mr. Goof Emeritus. Thank you for doing what you do. It's great to have you here. And, the Jughead, well, he just jumped in and said, Rob, let Latino Slant know that I'm a Nigerian Brit male over here in the UK. Laugh out loud, LOL. I like that. A Nigerian Brit male. That's very cool. I love that. And the real question is, have you seen the great film? And now, why am I drawing a blank? Help me out, everybody. It's from Nigeria. African Kung Fu Nazis. Have you seen it? We have it on. We have the Blu-ray media book right here. It is choice. And one day we're gonna have the filmmakers from that film on this channel. It is a real movie. Know it, love it, learn it. But I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you so much. And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I say to all of you, have a better night. And I will see you later on Let's Get Physical Media with Dieter Bastian from Saarbrücken, Deutschland, and a member call tomorrow beginning at 1 p.m. Pacific. And so, on that note, I feel like Lawrence Welk. Good night, sleep tight, and pleasant dreams to you. Everyone's like, what? Anyway, Lawrence Welk. What can I say? If you don't know who Lawrence Welk is, you should find out. He was a great pop culture figure. And on that note, I'm getting loopy. I'm going to bed. Mwah. Love you all. You're all goof people.